street.
Okay.
Why doesn't he get out of the street?
We're gonna turn.
Oh, the other way? Oh. Looks like we got some protest sandwiches. Is this the governor's house?
Yep, governor's mansion.
Doesn't actually live
Not his
there here
actual
though,
house.
right?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's like a prop.
It's just a museum from 100 years ago.
That part.
It's not the biggest building in town anymore, so I can't live here.
CHP does got this, so I'm sure we'll.
That's weird. Is it because there's like a highway a mile away? Why would the highway patrol guard it? Then they have
It's
like...
a federal building. It's the governor's mansion.
CHP isn't federal though.
They guard the federal
Highways?
buildings, though, like the Capitol and stuff.
I was wondering what they're doing out there. It's like they're running out of
they're in
regular
charge
cops
of
or something.
No, CHP is in charge of like federal stuff.
I know they bring in the state police in Oregon for special occasions.
Oh yeah, the fucking troopers. They also have the feds out there still from DHS.
Does he currently live here?
When I was there, they
No, it's
only
like a
came out
problem.
like one time though. They don't.
My Portland days, I was getting my ass beat by feds every day.
The last time I was at ICE, it was pretty crazy. They had the riot squad coming out.
Yesterday?
Yeah, I
ICE
saw
was-
that
gosh,
shit. That was
was
insane.
nuts.
Yeah, I saw that. That was.
That's insane. There was a shit ton of people too.
That's what happened here when Trump came, but he didn't hit that many people. That's the same exact shit that happened.
Oh.
They hit people a lot. They had another person in Parliament when I was there too. Yeah. They like ran her over and in like a motorcycle. Yeah, it was nuts. Oh my god, yeah, I saw his head. Oh my god.
I retweeted that. I already made fun of him, but I retweeted it, but I didn't even know it was
got
him.
that
I
guy
just thought it was
Yeah, I
crazy.
didn't know it was him either until a couple.
Or it's under like an administrative investigation now. So it's pretty, because it's like clearly running him
Paid
over.
administrative
Probably,
investigator,
yeah.
right? The only job you could kill someone and get paid vacation for.
I know. Be a cop.
Oh yeah.
You want to go to Hawaii? Don't have time?
Plant some drugs on somebody, get some paid vacation.
Just run someone over.
I know. If you worked at fucking Walmart, you'd just be fired immediately.
For far less.
You just need like a high school education for both of those jobs.
Yeah, too. Suits. You would think the governor's in here by the response we're going to get.
I wonder if they heard all the time.
Last time we were here for a night protest, we were covering.
No.
And
Oh yeah. See.
Okay.
I'm good right now, but thanks so much. Wonder what he's doing. Phone time. On duty phone time.
And also just like the company that
Excuse me, sir. Would you like to make a statement about evictions? Statement? In the suit, the guy in the gray suit? No. Statement? No. He has a non-speaking role. Oh.
like,
It's
"Hey,
probably
picture
just
of
like
it," and he
all the
passed.
Capitol's gold, you know. You gotta take it
he's
down the
right
street, all the gold,
street.
you know.
Yeah, from the Capitol.
I feel like it died on me. Is this the charge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Another guy in the back, too.
Uh-oh.
Another little guy put up in the back. Yeah, like that.
He's just pulling over for a chat.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't bring my baton today.
How much
I'm
meat
sure
you
he's got
got?
something.
It's okay. I got some in the
The cops are the best at like hanging out with their coworkers and making it seem like they're still working, you know, on the clock.
It was how funny we had that yesterday. He's like, do you want to do this? He's like, I freaking love donuts. I'm getting a little twitchy thinking about it.
I'm just that part.
Say it again. I didn't get that.
He's getting the itch.
Say more.
Does anyone want to say anything about why they're out here today? Anybody?
On Facebook Live?
Huh?
On Facebook Live?
Yeah.
We're out here to cancel rents, cancel mortgages to avoid an eviction cliff. And it's unfair that we told everybody to stay home and not work, and then we're still expecting them to pay their rents and mortgages like they're able to do it when we just told them to not support themselves and their lives to protect our health and safety. And evictions are not protecting anybody's health and safety.
Yeah. And then you gotta hope that one payment from the government will cover all the expenses and stuff.
Yeah, it's we only get a $1,200 stimulus and $600 stimulus twice in less than 7 months. Meanwhile, bills and debts pile up at an exponential rate. And we're saying, hey, go out there and survive, people. Meanwhile, it turns out that there's actually new millionaires and billionaires that have actually benefited since the pandemic, and yet we're seeing an increase in homeless and people going hungry throughout the nights. So out here in California, we're fighting to cancel rents, cancel mortgages, cancel the debt, stabilize people, keep them in their homes, and not treat this as business as usual, because it's not.
I saw this great meme about it from the first Star Trek, where the captain is like on this planet and he picks up this rock that says like the stimulus on it, and there's this like alien shambling by, and he hurls the rock at it and it hits the alien. It says rent on him, and it just keeps shambling towards him.
Oh yeah, and I've heard arguments at a county board of supervisors meetings too. People saying like, if you got that extra increase in unemployment, you should be able to pay the rent. When rent before the pandemic was already at very unaffordable rates, where folks are paying more than 50% and more into just housing. And then you still got car insurance, you still got medical, you still got food, and whatever other expenses comes with having a kid and possibly a domestic partner. And then all of that's just gone. And some people, they took a huge cut to their income, even with that extra unemployment, and we still come across people that are starving and saying they hardly have enough to eat. Or they're being threatened by their landlords to be evicted, or worst case scenario, one person got evicted without even a 30-day notice, and that was the story that I heard.
Is that legal?
No, it wasn't
No.
legal, but they didn't know their rights, and that's a lot of the situations that tenants are.
I definitely don't.
Yeah, it's like if you don't know your rights as a tenant, you can arbitrarily be given a 3-day notice, or somebody can say, I want you to be out in a week, and if you don't know your rights, you're scared. All you're thinking is, I got to be out in a week.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem that we have, is there's so much abuse in the tenant-landlord relationship. Not to say that there isn't good landlords, there definitely are, but the abuse is so high. That's why we're seeing so many people on the street, because most of the conversations I hear are people worried about protecting their bottom line and their investment, and there's hardly any concern for the human life inside. It's just about my investment. So we're in a tough situation, and we're just calling on the governor to recognize the situation for as it is, make it mandatory that rental assistance be accepted by landlords, and protect tenants from being kicked out into the streets in the middle of the pandemic and exacerbated an already terrible housing crisis that we're in, an affordable housing crisis. So we're in front of the governor's mansion right here today, letting them know that COVID isn't the only thing that equals death. Evictions can equal death.
Won't be counted as a coronavirus death though, but it causes death in more than one way.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the deaths will be because of COVID deaths.
Yeah. Do you think landlords should be able to collect infinite rent from their properties anyways? Like to just make infinite dollars in rent payments forever?
I think we need to start just looking at housing as a human right and recognize.
Wish to peacefully protest within our community, and concern about through the independent investigation process to follow those facts with appropriate accountability. So thank you for letting me take that chance, Mayor. And I'd like to ask the chief if he'd like to take a similar opportunity before we get into the PowerPoint.
Well, I appreciate it, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. As the city manager said, we do stand united in this process and making sure that our actions and our words are transparent, and making sure that just a full investigation takes place, and ensure that we try to expedite and fully understand the situation, so that we can have some have the people within the community would be resolved with some of the questions that are coming up.
Thank you, Chief. And to start off a little bit with street racing. So we've received several inquiries, and just to be really clear, street racing is illegal within the city of Tacoma. The city of Tacoma has adopted the Washington State's model traffic ordinance, which makes it illegal, and it categorizes street racing as reckless driving, which is a gross misdemeanor. Gross misdemeanors are subject to a jail term of 365 days and a $5,000 fine. I'm going to now pass it over to the chief, who's going to explain a little bit more about the regional activity that we're seeing related to street racing. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So when it comes to street racing, there is still information that we're gathering. What we do know is that these are several loosely organized groups with their own identifiable names and monikers. What we have seen is they're people of various gender, races, ethnicities, very diverse crowd from throughout the regional communities that are involved in this. One thing that they share is their passion for street racing and drifting. So these events in itself is what brings these crowds together. What we found is multiple locations in King and Pierce County are involved, but these incidents are not exclusive to public streets and large parking lots. For example, just in the last few months, they've closed down I-5 and they closed down Narrows Bridge conducting their activities. They attempt to use their driving skills in tight spaces to show off their skills, and that makes it more dangerous for the bystanders who are watching. For example, we had someone who was recently charged up in King County for killing 2 women who were bystanders while they were doing a drifting maneuver. So that and another incident in Spanaway where another pedestrian or bystander was standing by as these actions were taking place. These incidents normally occur late in the evenings. They have their own social media platforms and flyers to quickly assemble and conduct their operations and just quickly leave the scene. Our local law enforcement partners have recently met to collaborate with patterns, trends, and start to identify the people involved in these incidents. I think King County is a little bit more robust in gathering this information, and we're going to continue to do so because these are the same folks involved in both areas. So the next event we're going to talk about is just the Saturday event itself. We received a call from Southside 911 that there was the intersection that was being blocked. And normally with these situations, we rapidly discover, upon arriving, that with all the people that's involved and the smokes and the cars and the engines roaring, this is one of those drifting incidents or street racing that's involved. Our officers responded to clear the intersection, and upon doing so, one of our patrol cars was quickly surrounded. Individuals began hitting the body and windows of the vehicle as it was stopped in the street. So the officer that was involved put the car in reverse, believed that he couldn't move back any further, and put the car in drive and move forward. The actual incident and the circumstances that's involved, we're still trying to figure out. And that was the whole purpose of an investigation that has to take place. But we do know that, the car, our patrol car, impacted and hit a few of the bystanders that were there. And we take that serious as we go through the investigation. So the officer that was involved eventually stopped. So the incident happened at 9th and Pacific Avenue and eventually stopped around the 700 block of Pacific Avenue and called for medical aid. What we do know is one person was transported to the area hospital. Perhaps another one was dropped off at the hospital. Both have been released from the hospital. And during that evening, we consider that a deadly force incident. We call the Pierce County Force Investigation Team for their complete and thorough investigation. So these are some of the questions that have come up regarding the incidents. Why are the facts shared in a press release limited? I think you've heard this, and everyone has heard this before. We have to wait for a full and complete investigation, to make sure that we have an objective determination of the facts. Any inaccurate or incomplete information, can be detriment to the objectivity and outcome of the case. Why no arrests of racers? As I described, it was a chaotic scene when our first couple officers arrived. With those many people and the actions that are allegedly taking place regarding hitting and striking the vehicles, it was in a safe place, nor did they have the capacities or the capabilities to make any arrests of the people that were involved. But once the backup started to arrive, everyone that was involved in this racing incident, this drifting incident, quickly dissipated. So the opportunities for the arrests wasn't made available. But that doesn't mean we're not going to do follow-up, work with our local law enforcement partners, and look forward to holding people accountable for these actions. Another question: why an independent review? I think from the information that's available, the investigation it needs to be independent, and it needs to be appropriate to understand the actions of our officers. I think with the Pierce County Force Investigations Team and under the spirit of I-940, these types of incidents is what the residents of Washington are asking for. So we're following that format in full transparency. Why being handled as a deadly force? Just because of the vehicle, the tool that was involved. When you talk about a vehicle as large and powerful as a motor vehicle whether accidental or purposeful. Just the incident itself, I think, lends itself for us to treat it as a deadly force incident. Without knowing the facts that's involved, I think it's appropriate to do so. When will the city public know more? We'll continue to work with PC Fit and look at communicate with them, and hopefully we'll get that great communication going, and they're going to provide us a weekly update to the status of the cases, which they're going to put out in a press release and things that we can share. When will the officer's name be officially released? We just released it probably within the last hour. We made sure that everyone involved was notified, and we also made sure that by releasing the name, it wouldn't jeopardize anything to do with the investigation that PC Fit has. When will the city take action? This is another thing I know people have heard, but we have to wait until that full and complete investigation is brought to us. Once that takes time, we'll take our appropriate actions, and we'll quickly move through our own investigations to make the determination that the right action is taking place and the appropriate action is taking place.
So Mayor and Council, we're going to switch here to having the chief provide us with a summary of the demonstration events that followed the street racing incident. And as you can see on this slide here, we've divided that out essentially into two different activities. So Chief, if you want to go ahead and give a debrief on those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there are two events that occurred from the original incident we're talking about with the officer in 9th and Pacific. So right after that incident, we had to secure that scene. So Tacoma police officers put up some crime scene tape and covered the intersection of 9th and Pacific as we called out PC Fit for them to come over and take the investigation over. During that time, we had residents that came into the area in a demonstration, in a protest of what has occurred. When we first put the crime scene tape around 9th and Pacific Avenue, we believed that was the location where the evidence would be best collected. However, when we found out a little bit more information, we found out that we had to expand that the crime scene area, so to the north and to the south. So the people who were demonstrating were within, right at the intersection, in the middle of the intersection of on the northern side of 9th and Pacific Avenue. The scene extended out to the 700 block of Pacific Avenue, where the car in question, the incident happened at 9th and Pacific, but turned north and eventually parked in that 700 block of Pacific Avenue. So all the people who were demonstrating had to be moved from the scene. They had to be removed from the crime scene area so that we can have a good area for PC Fit to come in and make their evaluation and start their investigation. During that time, the demonstrators were given warnings that they had to leave and told them why, because of the crime scene, and people refused to do so. There were several warnings given, and eventually our supervisors with the appropriate officers had to clear the people from the scene, even if we had to do it physically. During that whole time, warnings were given and opportunities for people to leave were provided. In the end, we had to arrest two individuals who refused to leave. One who sat down at the crime scene, and the other one who refused to leave and actually started walking back. The good fortunate thing about body cams being implemented is that we were able to capture that complete arrest to include the warnings prior to leading to the obstruction arrest. So the two people who eventually were arrested were booked into the Pierce County jail, and the evidence of the body cam was also placed in the virtual evidence room. I'll talk about the Sunday demonstration next. So on Sunday, we had information that there's going to be a planned demonstration based upon that first initial incident. And the information that we had was troubling for us. We were advised that people from other areas of the state were collecting information together, planning to come and do a protest in the city of Tacoma, and with some comments of property damage and violence. What we do know is this: as we were preparing for the incident, we also saw information that our residents and the people who love and cherish Tacoma didn't want to be part of that incident as well. And then there were actual disagreements amongst the crowd. So just the acknowledgement of separate groups of people that are involved in these situations. Prior to the incident, we received notice that there were 2-3 people breaking into the top of the Winthrop apartments up on the roof line, trying to gain access. We were able to go and make contact, caught 2 of the 3 individuals who were armed with body armor, edged weapons, and one had a firearm. And we believe that was part of the anarchist groups who planned on creating chaos within our city. When we, for the most part, we had about 150 people, we believe, that congregated at 9th and Commerce Street. Throughout the evening, that group moved around up towards the County City Building, towards 9th and Tacoma Avenue. There were some property damages that were involved, but we didn't have any indications that there was any violence towards people. So in this process, what we wanted to make sure was we prioritized life safety over property damage. So that was the direction that we gave our officers, as well as with responding law enforcement agencies that came to assist us with the demonstration, and just a great appreciation for the teamwork that was involved there. We've had lots of damage. Today, we're continuously assessing what was damaged, making contact with people who were affected by it. But also the County City building itself was damaged. Southside 911, their records building were damaged. And so we're continuously assess that kind of damage, windows broken, and also graffiti that were involved. Get the next slide.
So I want to take a minute and just add to the context that the chief has shared some of our non-policing preparation and response. Our Community and Economic Development Department, through the leadership of Jeff Robinson, reached out early as we received information about individuals with potentially with property destruction as their intent. They reached out to alert businesses. That included contacting and notifications to 120 verified stakeholders downtown, as well as door-to-door knocking around 9th and Pacific in the evening to ensure that businesses had an opportunity to take what steps they felt necessary to help preserve their businesses. Our fire department also assisted through the leadership of Chief Green with having additional engine and medic companies staffing available, and additional medic units at the convention center parking lot. We're grateful that we didn't need that extra support, but we're grateful that it was there. We also had our Public Works Department, through the leadership of Curtis Kingsolver, involved. They delivered barriers to South 9th and Pacific Avenue to help us with containment, as well as playing a large role in the cleanup with removing graffiti, signs that had been placed around the downtown and in the right-of-way that don't belong there, and in general helping with cleanup. Our Environmental Services Department, through the leadership of Mike Slovin, drove through the areas watching for opportunities to provide cleanup, deployed street sweepers as well, and are busy with replacing and repairing some of damaged containers that were used by the demonstrators to light fires and other things. So back to the chief to respond to some of the commonly asked questions about those events. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you. So some of the questions that came up for us is, the first one is, what steps does the city take to protect the public and area businesses? We made sure that we went on social media and gave an updates on demonstrations where it was occurring to help people avoid that area, especially vehicles and pedestrians. We blocked streets around the demonstration site, allowing people to still demonstrate, but trying to maintain making sure that the streets were safe and pedestrians and vehicles weren't entwined with people who aren't involved in the demonstrations. When we did hear about acts of violence or acts of destruction, we had strike teams available to be able to respond to those locations. But once again, what we wanted to ensure was we prioritized, life safety issues over property. So we made sure that happened with the amount of people that were available. Why did the city move demonstrators? I think that's a two-part question. The first part I kind of explained already for the 9th and Pacific issue of why did demonstrators move. The second incident on Sunday is we had to move demonstrators off Tacoma Avenue as we found out that the Southside 911 Records Division, their windows were busted out and there was concern for safety there. So in order for us to go there, to take the people out of the, the location and to be able to board up the windows, we had to push that line forward all the way to North 9th and Tacoma Avenue with the help of our State Patrol, troopers to form a line to ensure that that process was safe. And once we moved up to the line, we held that line, not allowing the demonstrators to move south towards Tacoma Avenue from 9th Street. And regarding how many businesses were damaged, right now we have about 9 businesses that we took reports for, or location that reports are being taken for. But as I mentioned before, there may be more a little bit later on. We just have to wait a few more days to see at the end what all the consequences of this demonstration that occurred.
Thank you, Chief. And Mayor, there's an opportunity at this point for questions or comments from the council. I did want to add one thing that I think we neglected to at least remind the council and tell the public that the officer involved in the driving incident on Saturday was immediately placed on administrative leave. So thank you, Mayor. We will try to address any questions that council may have.
Great, thank you, City Manager. I'm going to ask all the council members to turn your cameras back on. And if you all will raise your hands, I know that there will be questions. So if you have a question or comment, please raise your hand and I'll begin to call on council members who raise their hand. Yes, Councilmember Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief and City Manager. I appreciate the opportunity to learn more about the events over the weekend, and we have multiple priorities here that we need to address with regard to events. So hard to know where to start. So I believe that I would like to start just with the street racing, because it has not been on my radar screen. Proliferation of street racing, not only in Tacoma, but in our surrounding municipalities, including Sumner, Bonnie Lake, Puyallup, and Fife. And I see that they have taken definitive measures to starting to discourage street racing. And it strikes me that we may be a little bit behind the curve on this. Is there any effort underway to do a joint response with those municipalities and maybe others that I just mentioned to put an impact, put a dent into street racing? And if not, could we launch something? I would be happy to sponsor that, and any additional appropriate resolutions or ordinances that would need to be part of that. And then this might be something that I can get after the fact about data. You mentioned that there were, that we have a model traffic ordinance there, you know, the reckless driving and gross misdemeanors. I'd like to know how many citations have actually been issued with regard to reckless driving and streetcar racing, and if anyone has in fact been fined or jailed for that. So I think that will take some research, so you might not be able to answer that, but if you could just please speak to perhaps in order to put a dent into this street racing, which is kind of the nexus of many other problems that followed. If you could speak to that a little bit, either Chief or City Manager. Thank you.
So Chief, I know that Chief has a great update for you on the on that effort. So go ahead, Chief.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hunter, I will get you that information, the second part of your question, and I appreciate you understanding that it'll take a little bit of time for us to get that. But on the first one, you know, I'm just happy to say that there is a great concern amongst our law enforcement partners within Pierce County and King County. Today, as a matter of fact, the area commanders met together to specifically address the drifting and the street racing that's involved. You're right. There's some agencies that are a little better ahead of the curve on that processes, but we're hoping with the things that they learned and the information that they share, we can get together and come up with a good comprehensive plan to specifically, you know, identify, looking at the trends and patterns and addressing these issues.
Thank you. That's encouraging. I would ask that time is of the essence to respond to this before we have several other episodes of it and it becomes an issue where Tacoma is known that you can come and do this thing and there's no repercussions for it. This was, the onset of this facilitated a number of really heinous actions afterwards that could have been totally avoided if we'd had a handle on the street racing first. So City Manager, I'm going to follow up with you and also with you, Mayor, on what we can do from an ordinance perspective to get that going and make that a priority. And any of my colleagues who are interested in joining me on that, I would ask for your outreach on that as well. And I want to be clear, I'm not making light of anything else that happened during the course of the weekend. We had a number of events, high profile events that need to be priority as well. But this is one that I want to specifically address and start acting on that sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hunter. Councilmember Ushka.
Thank you, Mayor Woodards. I appreciate the questions of my colleague as well. I've got some comments and I've got some questions, and I'm afraid that they're not necessarily in a strictly logical order, so bear with me, please. I know that all of us have received a lot of questions, and it's been a little while before we had time to have this meeting with not a lot of information in the interim, and that was really difficult. That being said, I think us hearing all that information and being here in a public forum where everybody can hear what we're saying and receiving is also important. And I appreciate that opportunity. Everything that happened this weekend shakes people's trust in everything that we're trying to do with reform efforts. And so I hope that as we go through this, we'll continue this level of transparency and really work to make sure that people's voices are escalated and heard and talked through, no matter how uncomfortable those conversations might be, because that's how this reform work is going to keep going, and not otherwise, in my humble opinion. I want to say some things that all of us at the table know, but not everybody knows. We keep referring to this independent investigation, and I know I've gotten lots of emails asking that this be investigated independently. And I don't think that we clarified this in the presentation, but just that that's the Pierce County Use of Force Investigation Team that was set up under I-940. and people can ask them questions specifically at their webpage. And the work that Tacoma's done on transformation and police reform and 8 Can't Wait and other things can be found by Googling City of Tacoma and those phrases. I want people to know that that's there. I was proud that this was listed on our use of force page as a tracked event before 10 p.m. I think on Saturday. That to me evidence that we really mean what we say in terms of the work that we've put before us and that we're trying to learn how to do. I do actually have questions in here, and a lot of them were about street racing, and I think that Councilmember Hunter covered a lot of those, and I appreciate that. I'm also appreciative that this is really 3 different incidents. So when we look at what's turned over to independent investigation, that is the incident that occurred with the police officer, and that ends when the second incident, when we talk about the Saturday demonstration, that's not an independent investigation, and neither is Sunday's. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. It's relevant because it's difficult for us to have dialogue about something under independent investigation because we're literally not receiving the facts. But on the other 2 items, we are. When you were talking about the Saturday demonstration and the way that crime scene evolved around the corner, am I to understand that there was caution tape that protesters were on one side of, but then they had to extend the crime scene because it had wrapped all around the corner? So there could have been confusion on that end?
Right, and definitely there could have been confusion as you mentioned. As we continue to know more about the scene and gather more information, we have to be able to adjust. So the ability for us to expand or contract that scene is going to be dependent on the investigators that's involved. And in that purpose, I think because of that kind of confusion that might occur, there's always several warnings, there's communications, there's talks before any type of enforcement action takes place.
And I think that you mentioned that in that case there was potential footage. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
I know that I've had people asking if that's going to be released and how they would access it. I know that there's redactions that have to take place to meet the privacy laws of people that are just there and not part of the event. Can you talk about that timeline and how people will be able to access that, or if we just publish it? I think this will be the first public use of our body cameras.
Right, and I have to tell you, I would have to get back with my own staff because as we're looking at this process, it's brand new, as you mentioned. This is probably the first request for body-worn camera footage, and there is a process. It's definitely defined, and the city staff and the department did a great job. I'm just not at a point to give specific directions on how to get that right now.
That's perfectly understandable. I guess that for the city manager, I would ask that we have some place where people can find that information independent of asking each and every time once we figure that out.
So I believe, I believe, and I'm going to ask Tad Willie to pop in here that as a part of the body camera effort, we have outlined who can make requests and how the requests were made, as well as outlining the redaction process, what we're redacting for. So Tad, can you help with where that can be accessed?
Yeah, and give me a minute and I'm looking for it and I'll come back right away.
I know that there's a City of Tacoma body camera page, and that probably has a lot of the information.
Yeah, we'll get more the specific link, but we have made that available for people to help understand. Yep. Beautiful.
I appreciate that as well. I'm going to pop on to Sunday and first say that I think that there was a lot of reasons for concern on Sunday, and I'm really grateful for TPD's good work Sunday night. And I know that there was a lot of damage, and I don't want people to hear me as not understanding that rate of damage. I kind of want to remove fact from fiction, kind of social media from reality. I was reading reports about people with being armed and with long guns and rifles. Can you tell me what you actually found down there?
Right. So the part of the demonstration, there were people armed, open carry, with sidearms, with rifles and such. We maintained close sight of those individuals. but for them to exercise their own rights as well, and to making sure that safety factors were in play. That definitely contributed to the, I believe, the urgency of the situation and the seriousness of the situation. But yes, I can confirm there were several people armed with that group.
Thank you for that. I find it really frustrating. I think that freedom of speech is incredibly important, and I'm, along with the mayor's statement, very proud of Tacoma's tradition of peacefully demonstrating. And so while I'm relieved that they're not Tacomans, we look at the number of businesses that we know experienced damage. And I know I was, again, watching videos where, you know, windshields were broken and things like that. So there's, I don't know if there's a way for us to know the amount of damage and if there's a way for us to hold people accountable in any fashion. When things like that happen, I think it jeopardizes all of our ability to exercise our free speech in a safe and free manner. I'm
It's like Councilmember Ushka Fro.
hoping that there's a way that we can hold them. Am I back? I think I'm back.
Yeah, you froze. I think, did you want to just repeat your last sentence? Because I think it was, you froze in part of it.
I don't know where my sentence caught off, and it was a long one, so I'll try and be shorter. Essentially, what means do we have for holding accountable the people that were destructively protesting in our streets, thereby, you know, jeopardizing all of our freedom of speech? And I think I'm frozen again.
No, I think we got that, and I think Chief, if you could just briefly talk about what will be investigated, what evidence will be collected. I know that reports are coming in of the property damage, and so, you know, part of that is just finding out where damage occurred and what and then the process. Chief, if you want to just spend a quick minute on that, so I know we're also kind of running out of time.
Absolutely, and I think everyone understand it's a difficult process to hold people accountable in such a large setting, just to be able to identify the individuals that's involved and such. However, you know, this is another thing that I think every one of you have said is we have to work together as a community and holding people accountable, and that also means helping us identify people who are involved in this process. But I think with this specific crowd, just because of the different intent, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult in having those people that were maybe perhaps in the crowd helping us identify those subjects who have been responsible for the damage. Now, if we can somehow on an independent basis hold these people accountable, we definitely will. But I would have to say it's going to be a very difficult process.
And just really briefly, if you are able to find the individuals and charge them, you can seek restitution for the damage. But again, it's at the end of that process where you've had enough evidence to identify and put charges together.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to start to call on the other council members. I did forget to make a comment up front. Our Citizens Police Advisory Council is holding their meeting tonight at 6 o'clock, beginning at 6 o'clock. And they're on the same platform as us, hosted by the same group, since they called their meeting before we did. So we do have to wrap our meeting up by 5:45. I want to remind people who are attending this meeting right now, there are 197 of you, that while we will not take public comment tonight during this special meeting, we didn't notice that. We will. Tomorrow night is Tuesday. It's our regular meeting, and it is community forum that will start after the council meeting. So there will be an opportunity to share public comment tomorrow evening. With that, I'm going to call on Councilmember Toms. Councilmember Toms, you're on mute if you're talking.
All right. Am I better now? All right, thank you, Mayor. It's regrettable, the reason why we have to do a special meeting, unfortunately, due to the events of this past weekend. And I think, you know, we're part of a larger set of pressures, some of them, you know, COVID and the fact we've been dealing with that for a year as a community and as a world for that matter. But, you know, we need to restore civility and respect for all. And this was not a good weekend for our community. It's particularly a shame to me because we're not even 1 week removed from the Dr. Martin Luther King memorial of a man who led his life by seeking peaceful resolutions. And so, we need to heed his example of how to do that. And while we're dealing with serious and important issues as a nation and as a city, we have to do it with more civility towards each other and better communication. And I appreciate the comments of my council colleagues and specifically Councilwoman Ushka as it relates to trying to hold those would-be protesters accountable. I think, both the protesters on Saturday and Sunday, frankly, based on what I heard tonight, deserve a thorough investigation to find out who were merely bystanders, who were participants, and who were truly just residents hanging out and or protesters. So some of the questions that I have, just based on what we heard, is if I understood it right, we sort of broke this down into two pieces for Saturday, which were first, the events that included illegal and dangerous racing in the heart of our city. So I think we established that racing is illegal and potentially dangerous. And my question, I guess, is, do we have for Chief maybe, can you help me understand how we have a way of deciding who is a participant and a bystander? Are you only a participant if you're driving, or might those who were actually standing by be participants in said taking of an intersection?
Right, just based upon the laws that I've worked around regarding reckless driving, because the reckless driving really encompasses a lot of different actions, which includes the activities that we saw. So if we were able to make the arrest, freeze the scene, and be able to hold everyone accountable, the people who are actually in the vehicles themselves, specifically the drivers, those will be the primary people that we will be taking a look at. But also we have to look at, I would have to go with my legal team and take a look to see is who's organizing this. And that's part of the trends and practices that we're talking about as well, because there are groups of folks who are involved in this process, who promote this, the times, occurrence, and locations. So we just want to make sure we hold all these people accountable. And I have to tell you that our law enforcement partnership in King County has done a good job identifying some of these people. We just have to, I think, learn a little bit more from them as we get better handle on the situation.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Because I'm really concerned. This isn't the first time I've heard about street racing. There's a decent amount of it that happens sort of on the border of Federal Way in Northeast Tacoma. So I get a decent clip of calls about it. And I do understand, not only from pop culture and movies like Fast and Furious are sort of hard to find, but at the same time, while I can understand how someone might do it late on a Monday night in a small community, it's particularly concerning to me that this happened roughly around 6 p.m. on a Saturday night in the most busy street in the city of Tacoma. I just don't know how it escalates to 100 people, because I think the scale becomes harder for those trying to address it the larger it gets. 1Z, 2Z, 5Z, 12Zs, manageable. 20s, 30, 40, 50, 60, over 100, it becomes a real issue. And I thought people impeding an intersection for anything, there's some ordinances versus where you can't just go take a corner and say we're going to block this intersection off?
Right. I want to try to address the first thing. You're right. It's like the flash mobs. When people organize and say a specific time, people can converge massively on a short time frame. So just the acknowledgement of that. I think the other piece is because of COVID, because of a lot of the business being closed, it becomes a surprise as well. And as people congregate, when we say blocking the sidewalks, there's other issues tied in with that, even with our current processes of how we address homelessness and what it means to block that sidewalk and what it means in regards to our enforcement and how we can actually enforce or arrest someone and book someone for that processes. I think there are so many factors that are involved in that. But we still have to look at the whole thing, and like you said, the seriousness of it and the communication we're going to have, with our law enforcement partners, to include the Pierce County Jail, And when we have some of these situations, we might have to make those deviances from our normal practices. We'll look at all those options.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And so, just the last thing, I mean, and then we go from the racing incident to where there is now an incident, including the cruiser, which then police decided that they needed to block off the site in order to do an investigation. And then I heard a term, residents then just started becoming demonstrators. So, I mean, I'm still trying to figure out how we go from bystanders, participants, bystanders, residents to demonstrators. I mean, it would seem to me these at a minimum probably were commingled, and maybe some of the same, maybe, I don't know. So, I mean, I think these definitions matter to those who hope that, you know, all parties are held accountable to this, because, I mean, in my mind, this was a bad weekend because, you know, something started out that caused an unfortunate chain of events that went from Saturday into Sunday, and I think pretend a larger discussion that we need to have as a community. So I hope that we have a very thorough investigation of all information so we can understand who in fact were participants versus bystanders versus demonstrators, because we need to start having a common set of facts here. You know, and that's, I think, part of my problem is people have their own set of facts, people have their own beliefs, and these should just be simple. You're either there as a resident, or you're there as a participant, or you're there as a bystander, but try to get to some common understanding of what people's roles are and what accountability they have to take on themselves for being there. And I hope that this investigation does that and holds all parties accountable. I look forward to learning more information as this goes on. I'm encouraged that our CPAC is taking this up later tonight at 6 p.m. Because I believe they have a really good feel for what the community believes as well. And I think what we want is transparency and accountability for all parties. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for calling this meeting, and obviously would love to have a lot more time because I have a lot of questions. I do, Chief, just want to start out with last night. My understanding is it took the SWAT team had to move 7 on-duty Southside 911 employees to safety away from the protesting and rioting. Is that correct?
So, you know, as I better understand the situations, there are multiple law enforcement officers involved, and the SWAT team was part of the overall contingent group that was part of our team. But I think even if some of the SWAT team members assisted with Southside 911 personnel, I want to make sure that we're in the right context, that it wasn't such a dynamic, dangerous situation that it required the SWAT team to do so. So I'm just trying to make sure that people have the right understanding and clarification of the roles of who.
Okay, but there was enough of a credible threat to the safety that they had to be moved by law enforcement. Is that
absolutely
fair? Okay. So last night, I guess, you know, lots more to know. Number one, I want to say that I appreciate and applaud everyone who showed up last night to peacefully protest. Certainly you're right, and it's your right to do so in the city of Tacoma. I am concerned with the property damage, the fires, the things. We don't have all the information. That's one of the reasons we're having this meeting. So I'm just, you know, reading the brief bulletins we get, trying to watch the news and anything I can find on Twitter or YouTube or, you know, wherever who's there is posting videos. But I do understand that there are multiple businesses had suffered broken windows and that there were some fires. And I guess my question, and I want to say I appreciate what you said, Chief Akey, that your response last night had to do with prioritizing, you know, number one, life safety over property. But I do want to, and we don't have enough time tonight, but we really need to have that discussion about, you know, what Seattle, the pivot the city of Seattle has just made in recent weeks. I think last week, which is after months and months and months of watching, kind of standing by as people destroyed property and engaged in other unlawful activity, the city's now pivoted and said, no, we're actually going to enforce the laws on the books, arrest people and prosecute people for those crimes. And so I don't know if you have a sense of where we're going as a city, and I hope that last night is a one-time phenomenon, but sitting, on the virtual dais and watching what's happening in Seattle and Portland, kind of what's our plan for the next time hundreds of people who don't live in Tacoma come here, some to peacefully protest and some to destroy property and potentially harm others.
So one thing I want to say is this, and I get it and I understand, and I can just imagine putting myself in a situation where I'm a business owner and these property damages are occurring. I get that as well. But one thing I'll continue to emphasize is the life safety issues, and overall successfully, comparing how we conduct these type of operations in Tacoma. It vastly differs from other jurisdictions throughout the country. So there's a success because Tacoma is different in regards to the leadership, police department, the residents that's involved. But the concern that you have, I understand it as well. And definitely, I'm ready to engage in that conversation with city leadership, with elected officials, as we come.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just something we have to be cognizant of, because the neutral approach seems to have failed in Seattle and Portland, and that's why you see both cities pivoting pretty strongly. So again, with respect to last night, I want to say that I wholeheartedly applaud and respect everyone who showed up and peacefully protested on the streets of Tacoma. But we need to hold the line in the city when it comes to vandalism and fires and other things. Not necessarily because property is all that important, although I suppose if you're one of those business owners who put your life into your business just to have it destroyed overnight for something you didn't have any involvement in, it would be extremely upsetting, as some of the correspondence we received today. But because I think the expectation in this community is that we're going to enforce the laws in the city of Tacoma, and we look to the police department to lead that effort. And so I think that's really important. I think we need to have a lot of conversations moving forward. And I do agree with you, Chief, that we have a different approach in this community that I think is more positive than other communities in terms of police and community relations. And there's some watching who probably don't share that position, but I think that there's evidence of that over many years. Now I want to talk just brief about Saturday. One of the concerns is, other than, obviously agree with the city manager wholeheartedly that watching young people get ran over by a police car is extremely disturbing. And that's maybe all I'll say on that at the moment. But my understanding is it took quite some time for the police to actually respond to the group. Do you know how long it took for us to get there? Because it seems like, and I get your response to Councilmember Tom's, that these things can just kind of grow really fast. But just in terms of how we respond to that type of situation in the future, what are we going to do to make sure that we don't put the police or the community in the situation that we had, which is one patrol car surrounded by a lot of people, and then the video shows the rest, right? So what do we do as a police department?
I think we can answer that in many different facets. But in regards to the process itself, we emphasize safety, and in those type of incidents in the past, we emphasize making sure that we have enough units that are out there, and we, in concert, approach that area. I'm not sure exactly what happened on Saturday night and how that patrol car was isolated. But normally in a situation like that, I'll be able to access a lot of information to get that information. But because we went through the independent investigation process, I have to hand all over to.
Is there there's a wall from all the information? We don't have the right to get any information as electeds. You know, I understand there's a process, and I didn't want to undermine that, but just in terms of the information, I mean, one of the things that surprises me is that when the officer turned his lights on, everybody ran towards the cop car instead of away. And I grew up in Tacoma, and we used to run away. So, you know, there's a lot that I'd like to understand more about that situation. Obviously, I'm not in charge of investigating it, but I'm elected to try and hold the key word tonight is accountability. And I think what we're talking about is not just accountability for our officers, which we hold to extremely high standard, but accountability of everybody who decides they're going to street race in Tacoma or light a garbage can on fire in Tacoma or break the window of Southside 911 in Tacoma. So we're talking about accountability. And I guess, but just in line with that, what information can we get as electeds? Because, you know, we feel like we're in the dark quite a bit, right? And I'm not blaming anybody, but it would be helpful to get as much information that could be public or that could be shared with us as soon as possible. Because I think it puts us in a better position to do our job as elected leaders of the community. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Council Member. I think that you know, we share that sense of frustration when we want to be transparent and can't necessarily access the information as well. I would say that from the administration side, we're following I-940 as best we understand it. I think there are some things to be addressed within that state law that would and there would be an important role for council to play and electeds to play in sharing the bind that you think there's, you know, the good that comes from I-940, but also that causes this awkwardness for electeds in being responsive to the community. And I think we can have in another forum a discussion with how we understand I-940 and we're complying with that, but some things that maybe could be advocated for changes at the state law level.
Okay, well, I don't want to suck up all the time. Thank you, Mayor. I do think we should discuss this a lot more. Hopefully we can discuss more tomorrow because I have some more questions and some more comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. And this will be, you know, I mean, we're not going to solve everything tonight or have every question answered tonight, but there will be opportunities to continue this, continue this very important dialogue. I'm going to call on Deputy Mayor Blocker, followed by Councilmember Beal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Woodards, and thank you, Chief, thank you, City Manager Pauly, for the most part informative debrief about Saturday, the events on Saturday night as well as Sunday night. I'm gonna be honest though, this conversation makes me a bit uncomfortable. I feel like we've gotten off track in terms of why we're here, having a special meeting. This meeting is not about, in my opinion, street racing.
Oh, Deputy Mayor, we can't hear you. Is it just me? Can anybody else hear it? Okay. Deputy Mayor, you lost sound.
Hold on.
Okay,
can you hear me now, Mayor?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Can hear you now.
Okay. I was just saying, I just wanted to back this up a bit. We spent almost most of our hour talking about street racing. And I feel like we've gotten off track in terms of why we're actually having a special council meeting on a Monday evening, which is because of the fact of an officer ran over pedestrians, you know, street racers, whatever you want to call it. A human being was run over by an officer. That's what this conversation should be centered on. And I get there's a lot of details and information that still needs to come out. But the fact remains that a person was ran over by an officer. And we don't know, what was going through the officer's mind at the time, but what we do know is transformation and transformative policing should be the center of this conversation.
Keith, you're not on mute, but you're Keith. Keith, can you hear me? You can't hear me. You're.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, no, we lost you. We lost you again, and you're not. It's not like you're going on mute. It's, I don't know what it's like. You're losing your sound.
Hold on. Give me. Let's see.
You want to call in?
Yep, I'm gonna call in.
Okay. Just so that people know who are watching, this is not happening on purpose. This is just a glitch, and we will fix it so that you can all hear. Okay, he's coming back. Okay, I'll just turn. Okay, Keith, go right ahead.
Can you hear me, Mayor? Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this conversation back to where I think it belongs, which is the fact that a person was ran over by a Tacoma Police Department officer. We could talk about all the things that led to that situation, but the fact of the matter is a tragedy happened. It happened in large part because as a society, we haven't figured out better strategies to police our communities. We could talk about street racing ordinances and, none of that matters if we can't get policing right. We don't live in a society where crime is not a reality. And because of that, we need police officers, and we need to figure out better strategies to police our communities, no matter what the crime was that led to all cops to, obviously we want officers to protect themselves, but deadly force, we've talked about the preservation of life. That's what we should be centering this conversation on, not on street racing. So I'm a little uncomfortable that it led to this, and I'm not minimizing the importance of making sure we can minimize the property damage, and all that's important. But what's most important is how we deploy officers in a way to preserve life. That's what this conversation should be grounded in. That's what should be most important. And we spent, in large part, most of this dialogue talking about street racing. And I hope that wasn't the intent. But it made me really uncomfortable in a lot of ways to hear how this conversation shifted. I'm sure it made community members uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable to know that, community organizers were arrested. I don't know all the details of that, but that makes me uncomfortable knowing that happened. We know there are times and situations where officers use discretion. What I'm hearing is that the person wasn't violent, but a community organizer was arrested, and we're having a conversation about street racers, and no street racers were arrested. That makes me really uncomfortable, and we got to do better. We got to do better, and it's our responsibility to do better. It's Tacoma Police Department's responsibility to do better. It's our responsibility to do better in terms of coming up with policies that we could actually change, that's within our power. It's our state legislators' responsibility to change laws and policies to protect our residents. And you know, I'm tired, and I'm sure many other people are tired, because we can't keep coming back to making excuses about why law enforcement is not serving and protecting, and not saying that all they do is harm people. We know that's not the case, but at the same time, we know why people are upset, and it's a lot of it's acts like this, it's actions that happen with you name it. I'm not going to name all the names, but it's frustrating, you know, and to sit here and talk about street racing for the past half an hour makes it even more frustrating. So I don't know, Madam Mayor, I'm gonna stop there. But thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to now call on Councilmember Beal, followed by Councilmember Walker, and then Hines. And I just want to make note it's 5:42. We can go until 5:55 if we can get it done that quickly. But you all feel free to make your comments. I can save my comments for tomorrow if that has to be the case. I'm okay with that. Go ahead, Council.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do think it's important that you close this meeting out with some words for the community. I just wanted to say thank you to the Deputy Mayor for his comments. I think we're all trying to make sense of a really traumatic event. And I think we need to give a lot of grace for the folks on this council for trying to make sense of that and to try to come to the table with what they might know, which is maybe a policy decision or questions that they're being channeled. And so I have a lot of grace for the folks that I serve with on this council, because I think, you know, all of us here are community members as much as everybody else is. And this community is, as well as, you know, honestly, this whole country and really the whole world is going through trauma day after day after day. We're losing thousands of people per day in this country to COVID-19. Really traumatic event that's touched everybody's lives. We're going through traumatic events here locally with, you know, homicides of young Black men in this community, and the rising awareness around what has always been there with systemic racism, as well as events that are at the national stage. Just 2 weeks ago, people tried to take over our U.S. Capitol with mob force, and that ended up with people dead. It just really can't be underscored that people are feeling extremely traumatized by every event that keeps coming. And it feels like a fire hose that will not turn off. And, you know, I just want to hold space for that. I think in so much as this meeting is a time for us as a council who've been elected by the folks in this community to really just hold space for that, to say, look, we see and understand what you're going through. When I see that video, I see young adults that maybe saw that police officer as an opportunity to vent frustration about the lack of change that they want to see, or the lack of justice that they perceive as has not been served in our community and around the country. And I think we have to take pause and remember that. And I also want to say that I understand, you know, in thinking through that officer is a person of color who is part of a police force that is part of a larger brotherhood of people that have been traumatized by the recent national events. And so we just don't know. We don't know anything about the events other than what's being reported, which is extremely factual and good information that the chief and the city manager gave us here tonight. As well as what we all see a trauma, and we're traumatized by with that video. I mean, I can't watch the video anymore because it's so traumatizing to watch that it's just very difficult to imagine that this happened in our community. And you know, that trauma leads all of us to try to search for answers. And you know, if you took a quick survey of anybody on this council's email today, you know, the opinions on either side are run to the extremes. And realistically, right now, what we need as a community is to remember that we are all in this together, regardless of what happens. We need to remember that we need to stay together on these things. And the only way that we are going to move forward is with our heart and not necessarily with our head. And, you know, I want to thank Councilmember Toms also for bringing up that just 1 week ago, we were celebrating the life and mentorship for this entire country of Martin Luther King Jr. And that's a very important thing to remember, because he taught a lot of lessons about forgiveness. And that's one of the things that I remembered, and that I've talked to a lot of people in my life since this happened, is that we do have to find within our, you know, our spirit, whatever that is for you. And I'm not sure how that will happen, but the thing that is guiding me in this process is remembering that we do have to forgive to move forward. We have to remember that we all are going through this trauma together, whether you're somebody who saw the video or at the event, or whatever that is. We have to remember that in moving forward. And so I would just, you know, really remind people to think through that and to have conversations with your loved ones and the people around you about these events, and to remember to keep that in mind, that we've all got to keep moving together. And I think that the challenge as well in moving forward is, how do we continue to remind the community that we are on a path of systems transformation, and bringing that awareness and that culture into this organization. We get updates every week on our system transformation policy work, but I think it's clear that some folks are not getting that message. Some folks feel that we are going through all of this and we're not changing anything and we're not working on anything. And so to you, Chief Akey, and the city manager and the rest of our staff, you know, continue to try to find ways to listen to our community members and to find ways to address those policy solutions that are being brought forward to us, because it is about accountability, but it's also about change. You know, it's about listening to the community about those issues, and the equity and the racial justice that people want to see as part of that is very, very important. And that's what we're seeing as part of this. So, you know, I just wanted to say that. And, you know, the thing that I remember about Martin Luther King Jr., he said that, you know, forgiveness is a constant act. It's not just a single thing. It's a constant attitude that we have to take into every situation. And that allows us to bring space to heal. And that's really what I hear this community saying, is this ongoing trauma that we're continuing to experience cannot heal unless we can find that place. And so I just want to impart that. I don't have all the answers. I certainly am experiencing this along with all the rest of you here in the community. And I appreciate being given this opportunity to make this space and to give that opportunity to say what's on my heart and what's on my mind. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beal. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will be very brief, as I think all my questions have been answered, and thank you for the very complete presentation, and to my council colleagues for their good questions. Deputy Mayor, thank you for recentering our conversation on the issue at hand, and thank you, Councilmember Ushka, for acknowledging the frustration of the situation we're in and our inability to talk about the details of the investigation. I just want to impart that how important the process is here, and how we are following that, how we all care so much about this and take it seriously, and as Councilmember Beal said, experiencing it with you all in the community right alongside you, and really appreciate the time here tonight to get more information collectively so that we can all hear the same thing. That was really helpful, and I look forward to the continuing conversation. And I just wanted to, lastly, I think you said it, City Manager, but just remind the community that we are required to give weekly updates on the investigation per the process, and so those will be available to the community.
Those will come through the PC Fit, but we will post them on our website as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Woodards.
Thank you, Councilmember Walker. And just on that note, I also want to let everybody know, and Elizabeth, please, City Manager, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that I'm right about the fact that we have a use of force page, so cityoftacoma.org/use of force, and every use of force case, as well as all the details and all of the updates, are on that page. And City Manager might understand that since this now is a use of force case, that this will be posted on that website so that all of the information is easily found in one place.
It's there, Mayor.
Okay.
And we're also going to be linking in the body cam access public disclosure request process to those sites, so that'll be more readily accessible.
Right. Thank you, City Manager. Okay, I'd like to call on Councilmember Hines.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll keep this very, very brief. Because we're low on time, and I have more comments. I will save them for tomorrow. I think something that keeps running through my mind often is the critical amount of low trust we have in society, just in general, not just in the city of Tacoma, not in the state of Washington, but in the United States overall. And I think when we look at events like this, tragic, horrific events that I won't even show my 7-year-old, it does nothing but, it harms the trust we are trying to build. And I think we've been working very hard to try to build trust over the last few months. And it's sad how quickly that can be put aside. What I would say, though, is I think that no one would say that how the last 48 hours went in the city of Tacoma is anything like we believe the city of Tacoma we believe is best represented in the city of Tacoma, or how we would have liked it to go. And I agree with the deputy mayor and most of my colleagues that I am committed to and ready to work with my colleagues, the city manager, the police department, and the community to determine how we move forward from this. Because the only way we build trust with the community, with everyone, is to move forward and continue to work together to build it. And I'm eager to see where that goes here in the near future. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Hines. And I'll just take a quick minute and I'll give further comment tomorrow night, because I am grateful that our Community Police Advisory Council, made up of members of this community, is hosting a meeting, and I want them to be able to have their time to do that. We called this meeting, I called the city manager and asked for this meeting yesterday because one of the things I think that people need to understand is that our ability to have these conversations can only happen in public, and we want to be transparent and have them in public. You saw us each issuing our own statements because we can't issue a joint statement unless we have that conversation in public. Trying to get information and have questions answered individually, everyone can ask, but what was really important is that we have this conversation in public, ask our questions in public so you can see and hear what we're thinking. I want to thank all of my council members for bringing their questions and comments to the forefront this evening. I want to thank our city manager and our police chief for the work that they've done. And we can thank people for what they've done, but the sad part is we're here talking about something that we would have preferred not happen and shouldn't have happened. And I'm sure if any of us could go back and start again on Friday and we could change what happened on Saturday, we all would. What happened in our city is a tragedy. It didn't show the kind of place that we want Tacoma to be. I won't say that Tacoma is, because that wouldn't be all true, because we know that there are inequities in this city, and we are all fighting to change that. It's hard for us to continue to talk about healing when things keep happening. It's like we have a wound, we get a Band-Aid on it or stitch it up, and just as we're ready to take those stitches out, something happens again, and we come back and say, okay, we need your patience, and we need your trust, and we need you to be resilient yet again. And at some point you want to say, I'm tired of being patient, I'm tired of being resilient. I want change, and I want it now. And so do we. And so do I. This council, when it passed its resolution 40622, and I know people are tired of hearing about that, but we've put into action, not just the words of that, but we've begun to put into action the processes and even made changes over the course of the last 8 months. And it's not over. What happened last night does not deter us from the work that we need to do, or what happened Saturday night over this weekend does not deter us from the work, but shows us how important the work is. No, there shouldn't have been street races in our streets. That's illegal. And no, someone should not have been run over because of it. It's all wrong. You just heard our chief talk about how our ultimate duty is not about property, it's about people. And that's what we're committed to. That's what I'm committed to as the mayor. People ask me, how can I be so hopeful? How can I keep saying we're gonna make this change? How can I keep fighting for this change? I can, because the opposite of doing nothing will paralyze all of us. And if we get paralyzed and don't move, this stuff will continue to happen. We've said enough is enough, and I pray we say it tonight and it doesn't happen anymore, but I will tell you that we're gonna continue to work, continue to fight until we have the kind of transformation in this city that everyone deserves. That people can feel safe, whether they're, and let's be clear, there were not protesters on Saturday night. We get that. But even if they were just out street racing, that shouldn't have happened. That's not an excuse. What happened Sunday night is I even talked to people who came out and thought it was a peaceful protest, left because it wasn't Tacoma. We know what Tacoma does. We know how Tacoma stands up. And so I ask all of you as we close tonight, we will have community. We'll have our forum tomorrow night that starts at 6 o'clock or right after the meeting where we can hear from you. But I continue to commit, and it's not an empty promise, that I will continue to hold this council accountable, and we will fight together to make the kind of transformation that the city needs in our police department, because that's the incident that happened this weekend. But you all, I'll continue to be passionate about the fact that it can't just happen in the police department. But that's what we're talking about tonight. And that transformation is going to take time, but some of it has happened. And I'm not patting ourselves on the back because enough hasn't happened. But we have implemented a can't wait. We do have a new chief. We have stood up body cams. But there's a lot more that we need to do. There's a lot more training. There's a lot more understanding. There's a lot more compassion that needs to happen in our community. But we've got to do this together. And none of us, as frustrating as it is, can give up. All of us have to still continue to show up every day, because this community does not belong to one of us. This community belongs to everyone who calls it home. And it should be the kind of place that lives out its creed to be the city of destiny. We will not tolerate people who come into our city and try to make it what it's not. But we will not tolerate the hurting of innocent people in our community. It's tough. It's frustrating. It makes you angry. It makes you sad. We could probably pick every emotion in the book, and somebody is feeling it right now. But I'm going to ask us to take all those feelings that we have and use that energy to continue to make changes in Tacoma. We're going to do our part, and I'm going to ask you to continue to hold us accountable for that part. And we're going to hold the city manager and our interim chief accountable to do their part as the administrators of our city. But I have full confidence in Elizabeth Pauley. I have full confidence that she's going to do what needs to be done to move us forward. We didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about the police officer and that particular incident, but unfortunately we don't get the facts. And Councilmember McCarthy, you are so right. That is so incredibly frustrating that the facts are living somewhere out there and we don't have access to them. So we've got to fix I-940. Tomorrow morning, I will be testifying on the establishment of an independent investigative arm for the state of Washington. And that is one of the things I will continue to advocate for. That not only is it independent, and yes, we want a full picture, but we also want information that we can share. We don't want to be in the dark. We are the elected officials of the city. We're the ones you hold accountable, and we should have answers to your questions. I don't take it lightly, and I know it's our responsibility. So again, I say to all of you, I'm sorry for what happened this weekend. Not because I could control it, but because of the pain that it caused to this community. And I'm going to stand with these other 8 people on this council. And we're going to continue to do the policy work to make sure that there are laws in place that will make sure, hopefully, that this doesn't happen, but that when it does, we can take swift action, get to the facts quickly, and make the decisions and take the actions that need to be taken. I appreciate all of you for being here tonight. Now, I've been the one who ran us over, but I hope that all of you will go on the website, tune into CPAC. I want to thank our Community Police Advisory Committee for quickly recognizing their role as a leader on this conversation, to recognize their role and to call this meeting tonight to talk about what they can do. They are coming forward asking for more powers, and we are looking at how we can empower them more. Don't forget, we've also stood up our core coordinating team that's looking at how we become an anti-racist city. And we will be standing up a policing transformation team that will include everybody who wants to be a part of the conversation as to how we transform our police department. So with that, please hop onto that call. I'm going to adjourn us quickly tonight so you can get to that call. I'm sorry if we didn't get to all of your questions, but please continue to submit them. We'll try to get answers to everything that you're asking and continue to share what it is that we know when we know it. We'll see you tomorrow at our council meeting tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. We also have a study session at noon, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you all for being here tonight, and please make sure you go to our CPAC meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Mayor, I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those, before I just have to say this, I'll save it for tomorrow night. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, we stand adjourned.
That's it. All right. I don't think I can get anything else to beat that. But let's see who else is around and what we can find. Miles of people gone from everywhere. Aboriginal land! Oh my God! Oh my goodness! I'm doing a live stream. Oops, thanks, everyone.
Communities Police Advisory Committee. We welcome you all. At this point, I will start the meeting at 6:11 p.m. on the 25th of January 2021. If we could take a moment. The CPAC was established in 2005. Our role is a community volunteer board appointed by the City Council that reviews and makes recommendations to the Tacoma Police Department on policies and practices to ensure transparency and accountability in the way the department operates. And with that, I am Stephen Hagberg. I'm the chair of CPAC, and I'd invite everybody else to go around the room with CPAC members, city staff, and then TPD to introduce yourselves. Thank you.
I'm Shayna Rayfield, representing District 2 for CPAC.
Lewis Cooper, member at large.
Kiara Daniels, member at large.
Jeffrey Sargent, District 3.
I'm Tara Gruber, the youth chair seat.
And on to cities. Okay.
Sorry.
Crystal, did you introduce?
Not yet. Sorry, I was having some technical difficulty. Crystal Edwards, Vice Chair.
Outstanding.
Hi.
And go ahead.
Elizabeth Altamimi.
Good to see you. City staff.
Tanisha Jumper, Executive Liaison to CPAC.
Warren, Staff Liaison.
Hey, good evening. Mike Akey, Tacoma Police.
And I am Chris Carl with the Tacoma Police Department.
Outstanding, and welcome to the meeting, everybody. I appreciate you being here. It's kind of a day of meetings. The purpose of this meeting is a special meeting. It can only contain one topic, and that topic tonight is the incident that occurred on Saturday night. With that, public comment is not allowed under the law, unfortunately, but we're accepting emailed public comment at cpac@cityoftacoma.org. I also thank the people who have already submitted emails for comment. We've got every one of them, and we'll take care of them as quickly as we can. In the meantime, tomorrow is the virtual forum for the City Council, and we encourage everybody to check in for that meeting and to be able to say your piece there. CPAC meets a week from Monday on the 8th and we will take public comment at that time. With that, I'd like to turn it over to city staff to see for anything that they happen to have to say.
Stephen, did you want something in particular? I'm sorry, I've been.
Oh no, this was just an open opportunity in case there was something that city staff wanted to say. It doesn't sound like it, so without objection, we can turn it over to Tacoma Police Department. Welcome, Chief.
Great, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You want a brief on the incident that occurred at 9th and Pacific? Is that the focus for tonight?
That is the focus of our meeting tonight. Yes. And a quick brief.
Yeah, sometimes I just need some clarification. On Saturday evening, on January 23rd, we received lots of calls from South Sound 911 regarding the intersection of 9th and Pacific being blocked and other complaints surrounding that. Officers responded to clear the intersection as one of the officers arrived on 9th and Pacific. He had his lights and sirens on, and the people that were the bystanders, they were watching a car racing drifting incident that was occurring in the middle of the intersection. The police vehicle was surrounded by the crowd. What we've heard so far is that the individuals that were there began hitting and striking at the vehicle, and the officer put his car in reverse, tried to back out of the situation for whatever reason. That didn't work. So he put the car in drive and moved forward. And I think as you guys have seen the videos, and I was able to see a couple of the videos, the vehicle lunged forward, striking a few of the bystanders that were there. The car our patrol car continued to move forward north of Pacific Avenue, stopped, called for other units to respond, as well as medical aid. What we do know is there's 2 people went to the hospital. One was admitted. I'm glad to hear that both of them are now have been cleared from the hospital. I think one stayed overnight. The other one was released that night. At that night, because of the incident that, as we're made aware, in the situation that I described, obviously we need to know more information about what happened. Based upon the totality of the situation, we made a determination to call PC Fit because of the deadly use of force. PC Fit came and eventually came to take over the investigation, and we responded as we maintained the perimeter until they got there. That's the basis of the incident. And be happy to answer whatever questions you can without violating, the conditions of that PC Fit investigation. And I would let everyone know up front, the information that I have is not complete, as you know, under that spirit of I-940, that has to be investigated once we make that determination by an outside agency. Therefore, the information we have is going to be limited. But what I do know, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And with that, I'll go ahead and open it to committee members to ask questions, or if they have some concerns that they want to share. We'll call it a free and open forum. I'll start with Vice Chair Crystal.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Kiara, for initiating this meeting. And I just want to start off and say I'm incredibly concerned about our fractured community. And I think we can help heal the community by allowing the investigation to go forth. And as CPAC, not jumping to conclusions about how and why the incident happened. We need to learn more, just like Chief Akey said. As CPAC, we're not here to point fingers at citizens or police. And if we do this, it can be really contagious. We have an opportunity as leaders in this committee to hold police accountable and provide a voice of reason for the community. We can help by allowing due process and being patient for the investigation, along with providing some sort of trauma response to the community. I think we acknowledge that this incident was traumatic for all parties involved, for the community, for the police, for the victims that were run over. And I hope that we can continue to do that by doing our job with CPAC and continuing to evaluate the policies and procedures moving forward. That's all I have, Stephen.
Thank you, Crystal. Kiara?
I want to echo a couple of things that Crystal just said. So I'm trying to gather my thoughts first before I go in, as we just got out of another meeting that influenced everything that I already had planned to say. Generally, I feel like what's missing from the conversation right now is the concern for the families and the people that had to witness what happened on Saturday, that were traumatized by that, including myself, that were traumatized by that were traumatized yet again by the idea that our entire city might be burned down the next day, and then yet traumatized again tonight by the conversation being about street racing. I won't go too far into that, but I will just say that I myself am traumatized, and I'll leave it at that. I'm extremely concerned as a committee member. I'm concerned as a community member. I'm concerned as a taxpayer, and I am concerned as a person of color, specifically a Black person of color. I have a million words right here, and I'm very upset. What I want to talk about tonight is policy. I want to talk about how we move forward. I want to talk about how we begin to repair the relationships. We see that there is work to be done, and I have seen almost no accountability for anything that has taken place. Chief, I see you. The car lunged into the person, the person didn't have anything to do with that. I see you on that. The community heard you say that the car did that, right? That's completely unacceptable. And I hear no accountability on the police department's part. And I'm trying not to be the #1 enemy of TPD, right? I'm trying to collaborate. I'm trying to bring my thoughts respectfully. But we hear you and we see you. The things that I had in my mind to bring up as we go forward about how we can make this process better. We need to talk about what this process looks like going forward. We had to meet one-on-one. We had to gather. We can't do that. We have to have a process that allows us to meet immediately, that doesn't require 24 hours in advance for an agenda. That's completely unacceptable. We got to figure out how to make that easier. I see that it was difficult for even the city council to get a meeting. I won't even go any further into that. We can work on that this year, but we need to be thinking about how to expedite this process. We need to be thinking about transparency. being told every single time on our part, on the city's part, on everybody's part, that once we give it to someone else, is just gone, right? Like that is what creates what we thought was going to be a riot on Sunday. That's what creates fires in cities. That is what creates that, the lack of transparency. It's completely unacceptable, and we have to figure out a way to deal with this. I brought this up in almost every single meeting, and I'm tired. I'm so exhausted of this. Like, I just don't know what it's going to take. Specifically to you, Chief, we talked about the use of the video, and I'm more than excited to see how the first rollout of that went. I want to see exactly when cameras were turned off, when they were turned on, and how our public dollars are being used. And furthermore, I mentioned in the last meeting about the pervasive and habitual abuse that I did not think was going to be cured by training. I asked you what you plan to do about that last week, and training was your answer, and you said that we had barriers to face with the labor unions, and I furthermore want to know what is your plan for that, because that is not going to be an end all be all. I will make it my business to make sure that that is not yet said again. We need the council support. I know they can hear me. We absolutely need your support. We have to become an oversight committee. We can talk about that again at the next meeting on February 8th, but it's time. We cannot, like, if that child or that person had have died, that is a human, that is a community member, whether they break the law or not, that is a community member. And we cannot, violence is just not justified against community members in that way. Like, beyond all that, I will just say that we have to find a better way to handle this. And street racing, weddings, funerals, festivals, whatever reason people find to gather is never a reason to bulldoze through people in any kind of vehicle, whether a pedestrian or whether a civilian or an officer. That's completely unacceptable. So I'm calling for accountability, and I'm calling for you to answer my questions about what your plan is with this and how do we move forward. You don't have to answer that now. Everybody else can go.
Thank you, Kiara. Chief, did you want to answer now or defer?
Yeah, I think I need to get a better understanding of the question itself. And
okay.
What
we can do that. Just
that we're talking about.
Well, my only question specifically to the rest of it was just talking about the events in general. I said that we see you as a community. We see you. We see how you chose to communicate what happened last night. I just want to let you know that I personally see that, and the community sees that as well. But my actual question to you was the continuation of the question last week. We talked about training and whatever was the other thing that you said was gonna fix this not being enough. We talked about needing real policy and real reform, and we got to talk about hiring and firing. And if we don't talk about that, people are going to die. We got lucky yesterday. And if had people died and we started talking about street racing today, we would be extremely tone deaf. We would be sorry. This would be embarrassing. It's already embarrassing. So my question to you is about accountability, and are you still sticking with training as an end all be all to police reform and to fix these issues? If you want to answer that in a later meeting because we need to talk about just last night, that's fine. You can sit with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay, I think I just need to make a clarification. If I ever said that training was the end all, then I misspoke. What I do know is training is part of the components of trying to change behavior and trying to hold people accountable. There are other pieces of transformation that's necessary. And I believe when you talked about the change in policies and such, and I think that's part of what we do is looking at policies and looking at procedures and trying to make the changes to occur. I think about just the body worn camera policies. I think about the 8 can't wait policies. Those are things that I think that we as a police department have engaged with CPAC and you folks regarding how to make things better. We have to do it collaboratively. So the police department itself and independent is not going to work. It has to be a whole community effort. When we look at legislation, we talked about that before, is how do we currently change the processes or the laws that are in place that we are bound to? And I realize there's a lot of emotions and feelings involved, but we have to look at all these things from a systemic process. So there's so many different components of it, you know, and training is one. And I know we talked about it last week, but it's going to take a long time. So let's talk about the current situation that we're in. It took a long time for us to get to this situation. It's going to take a while. We have to be patient. And I know people don't want to hear that, but that's the process that's going to have to take place. You know, everyone has to be in it for the long haul. And through all those changes, policies, changes, legislatures, all those pieces, all those are going to be components for the transformation processes, whether it's in the department or within our city or within its society.
Thank you, Chief. And with that, I'll move on to one of our newest members. Tara, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just like I've just been like reading a lot of like the news and just reading as much as I can today. And I think just the biggest thing was that it was so scary, and it was like it's just a horrible image that I can't get out of my head now. And I just like really want that to never happen again. But I feel like right now I like that can't be promised. Like it just like can't be ensured without a lot of change. And I really hope there's like a biggest sense of urgency with that, because it was just so scary just seeing that car and those people. And it was, yeah, that was the biggest thing, was just how scary it was, and just seeing those videos. And I don't ever want to see that again, but I know I will when it's frustrating.
Thank you, Tara. And I'd like to invite our other newest member, Jeffrey. Would you like to speak?
Sure. Yeah, I'm probably like a lot of people in the community right now, still processing a lot of this. It just happened the other day, and I think it's a good idea to you know, we can take quick action, and it could be the wrong action. So it is appropriate to, you know, thoughtfully go through this process, and that's what we're here as the advisory committee to help do. I'm new, so this is quite a baptism into this committee, and it just shows how serious of these types of issues that can come up. And we're on a national and world news with this. So I think we really need to be mindful about what we do going forward, that it's a right action. I would say that, you know, the more transparency that we can see between the police department and the community, as well as the city council and the community, the better. Information is pertinent and everybody wants to know what. We've had over, I counted almost 50 written in comments from public members. We just got those kind of in the last few hours, and I've been reading through those, and there's the viewpoints of the citizens are very wide. So there's a lot of different feelings on what happened. Some folks are totally against what the police officer's action was, and some people were totally supporting of it. So there's just, it's really split. And so I think we need as much objectivity as we can. Don't let our passions get the best of us in this effort here that we're doing. We all may have personal feelings and whatnot, but it's important just to be as unbiased as possible to help our community heal through this process. Yeah, so I think that the more information that we can get out of this, the Pierce County Force Interaction Team sooner, you know, as they receive information or whatnot, just, you know, let the community know that this is very much a focus, and not let it go on the back burner, and that we're, you know, kind of acting on that. I mean, it's good that we're here on Monday talking about this right now, and there's you know, almost 600 people watching this right now. So it's a high visibility interest, and I'm you know, I'm shocked, and it's just really, really unfortunate for our city right now. So that's really the only statement I have. Just yeah.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that very much. With that, let's move to Jennifer. Would you like to speak?
I would just echo a lot of what's already been said. I have grave concern about the incident that occurred. I eagerly await the investigative report. I would add that I acknowledge the words of our chief and I understand what he's saying. But as a person of color, it's frustrating to hear that we need to wait and be patient for that work to take place and for it to be for us to need to be in it for the long haul, because I feel like as people of color, we have been doing this work for decades and we feel a real sense of urgency. That's all.
Thank you, Jennifer. Elizabeth? I am not seeing the mute go off. With that, we'll come back to you, Elizabeth.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. There you are.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I think everyone's pretty much spoken how I feel about this. Well, not my personal feelings, but I'm going to keep them to myself and wait for the results. I really appreciate everyone's wisdom. I think they have much more than I do.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth. We're glad to hear from you and glad you're here. Dana, would you like to speak?
Ooh, boy. I'm gonna try to be as, I guess, tempered as possible for today. Chief Akey, man, you're getting thrown into the fire, but it's the job you signed up for. This is the test of tests, and unfortunately, it is coming at you fast. And I guess I won't say the pun intended there for the next phrase on that, but it's coming at you fast. I'm appalled at what I saw. I've watched various videos from various angles, and I am no researcher. I'm nobody. I'm a citizen. And what I can tell you is, as a citizen, I don't like what I saw. I want to know what policies we have in place that would change the behavior that happened. And if there's not a policy that changes the behavior, how do we make actions happen quickly so that nothing like this ever happens again? Less than a year ago, or I guess just about a year ago, we were all talking about the Manuel Ellis case. And we were talking about the investigation that was going on with that. And we're still waiting on that investigation. I don't want to wait for another investigative report before actions are taken. I want to see some action out of our TPD now. The things that happened on Saturday night for the individuals that showed up to be observers of what was happening on site, they were community members who showed up to observe, to hold the police accountable, because unfortunately, as a community, we don't have faith in the TPD right now. And I hate to say that. I love the folks that I get to interact with that represent the TPD. And I'm on a couple of other groups that also go through things. As individuals, I love the folks that I get to work with. As a system, boy, it's broken, and I'm sorry for that. My hope is that we can check out policies as a group here. When this committee was first started, it was requested to be an oversight committee, and it was denied that opportunity. We can no longer deny this committee that opportunity to be an oversight group. We need to affirm to our citizens that when they come to us as a committee, that they're going not only to be heard, but something will happen. I think we have a lot of folks in our community right now wondering what's going to happen next. I think, as with a lot of us, we just sat in on the city council, and I with Kiara, was pretty hot. We spent a lot of time on that meeting talking about the street racing, which, yes, is a problem, but it was bypassing what we're actually talking about, which is the violence from the officer at that time. I'd like to say that this is not a systemic problem, but unfortunately it feels like it is. And I want to know, as a committee, how we can create better policies for accountability. I'm very curious right now as to how the body cam footage is going to be sent out to folks, or how it's going to be available to folks. This, again, is a brand new test of a brand new system. I guess I can say, if nothing else, this is an opportunity for growth. Yet again, as a city of Tacoma, we have this opportunity right now to say, we just implemented body cams. Maybe some things need to be tweaked. What are the policy changes that we need to have? And I guess the other piece that I want to ask is, on behalf of folks that I've spoken with, how can we have better transparency? How can we also be honest about what's being seen without, I guess, giving away too much information for the investigation? It felt pretty disingenuous, the official comments that came out, and then having other videos show up that showed some other things. Now, let me be clear. I also don't refute the fact that this officer felt scared, right? Fear is an interesting thing. If we could all manage our fear, we'd have no problems in this society, because as a society, we act out of two places. We either act out of fear or love. And I guess I'm going to end on that, and that I hope that as we move forward, we act out of love for our community. What I saw last night with the folks coming into our community, they are not Tacoma. Those are people who understand that there's a systemic problem and they want to discuss that problem. I can hear that, but I don't like their tactics. I can say that. We need to figure out how we listen to our actual community, how we listen to the people who witnessed a horrific incident, and how we work with them to say, we're going to work to hopefully never have this happen again. And we're going to figure out the policies, the procedures, and we're going to get some oversight with our organization to actually help hold accountability. Chief Akey, again, I don't envy your position in this at all. I appreciate you taking the time, the energy, and your willingness to be in a leadership position. And I'm asking you to lead in a leadership position. I'm asking you to step up, and I'm asking you to let us help you in whatever way we can. So that's my short version.
Thank you, Dana. Lewis?
I'll wait, Stephen. I'll wait for a few minutes.
Okay, glad to give you that. Shana?
Dana, you said a lot of stuff that I would have come right out of my mouth. I was horrified to see that video. I was very appreciative that Chief Akey called it what it was, which was a use of force. I know that that was caused some uproar, that people were upset that Chief decided to label it that, but it's a vehicle running into a huge group of people. And I don't think we can count on two hands how many people could have died as a result of that action. I understand that all the information isn't out yet. I understand that I was not that officer in that moment and what that officer emotionally was going through. I do know what I saw. I saw an officer be able to back up. I didn't see tons of people in the back of that. Listening to the communication with like dispatch and TPD, just as a citizen, backup had been called. So I think that that warrants a conversation about putting ourselves in a situation where we would have to respond in that way of ramming people over with a vehicle. I too was disappointed that most of the conversations surrounded the street racing, which I understand was an issue, and that's why police were there. But we're talking about a police officer ramming into citizens. And with the responsibility of being a police officer comes the responsibility of being able to make mindful decisions, even in the hardest moments. I'm interested to see what the body-worn camera shows. Hopefully, Chief, do we know for sure that that officer's body-worn camera was activated?
From my understanding, remember how we talked about the implementation of the body-worn cameras, how we're going to have A set and B set? It's just unfortunate that this incident happened on the crew that's scheduled to get that body-worn camera on February 4th. However, the body-worn camera conversation we had earlier with the city council, that had to do with the demonstration that happened after the event occurred, when we had to arrest a couple of our residents, and that body camera showed that interaction. So, but at the same time, you know, I'm making sure that I'm with my staff and figuring out what body cameras, you know, were out there that we're not aware of. So we're making sure we go through all those processes now.
Okay. I feel like I heard Chief Akey earlier when he was talking about how things will take time. I'm assuming you meant the healing process and the ability to kind of overhaul a system that is broken in many ways. It seems to me like an immediate action we could take would be making sure that all officers have body-worn camera. Lewis and I were not happy with the activation amnesty period. We did not want there to be this huge gap of time that officers did not have to activate their body-worn camera. I understand that it becomes a process and a new system that they need to be able to get in the habit of doing. But I mean, part of this, right, is the reason why we got body-worn camera. Kiara talks a lot about transparency, and this is a big piece of it. And that also helps people, like Crystal mentioned, not jumping to all these conclusions based on trying to piece together all these different videos. And I understand that our committee needs to take an unbiased approach, but being a member of this committee does also not wipe away and make invisible our own thoughts and feelings and what we bring to this committee. And I was just horrified. Like it was mentioned earlier, this is traumatic for every part of our community. And while we're in this transformation period, to have something like this happen, I know just makes us take so many steps back. I think that the policy committee, we need to jump on the use of force policy like now. It can't wait. And I do want community members to know, Bukoda sent us 48 pages of community input that we have received thus far, and I read every single one prior to the start of this meeting. It was a huge mix of what the community is saying. There's clearly a lot of pain and anger on both sides, and I just hope that we can find a way that we're going to be able to move forward with some sort of sense of unity, because this just I mean, it just fractured a lot of progress that maybe had been made.
Thank you, Shannon. Lewis, did you want to claim your time or you want me to speak first?
I have to take a deep breath because this is pretty emotional for me as a Black man. I want to address something that Dana said, that we should be operating out of fear. But as a Black man, I operate in fear every day of my life, Dana. Every damn day of my life, I've had to operate in fear just because I'm big, Black, and you have to worry about your style in the community. I can't tell you how disappointed I am in decision making. My mother had a saying that common sense, she called it motherhood overrides everything. We can talk about use of force, we can talk about training, but this is a common sense approach. And for me, I'm speaking my truth. Why would an officer take his car and ram people in front of him and then say, I feared for my life? For me, this is me speaking, Chief Akey. Every time an officer used I fear for my life, that vindicates the officer and says that the person in front of him was guilty automatically. That's what's been going on in America for almost 300 years. We can no longer settle for I feared for my life. What does that mean? If you're going to train, what does that mean? I wasn't in the car. I wasn't the officer. I don't know where the officer's head was at, but I refer back to common sense. Common sense would say, maybe he could have sat in a car. Maybe he could have backed up. I've seen some of the videos. I didn't see them all. But why run over people? When I saw that, my heart broke. I was crying. I'm saying, why would that happen? Why does that happen in America? But I feared for my life. That automatically vindicates an officer for whatever they do. So for me, as a Black man, I'm speaking my truth. This is what I live with. So if that had been my son or somebody else out there and he'd have got killed, he said, I fear for my life, that officer would have been vindicated. And I'm waiting to see what the investigation is going to show. For me, I think an investigation needs to be done independently with police and citizens. I call it the fox watching the chicken coop. I'm very, very, very straight with you. You can't have police investigating police because they're going to protect their own. This is what I've experienced all my life. And you know what I do for a living, and I have to balance that relationship, but this is outrageous. For me, it's outrageous. And I know I have to be a partner with TPD, but this is outrageous. There's no excuse for this to have had happen. Something else should have happened. Why wasn't there backup called in before they even moved in on the crowd? That's one of the questions I have. Why was he there by himself? I don't get it. I don't get any of this. So for me, I'm just waiting to see what the investigation is going to say. That's all I can say right now. And if I've offended you, Chief, I'm not going to apologize for offending. I'm just speaking my truth, man, because that's what I've had to live with all my life. And some of this is personal and some of it is professional.
Thank you, Lewis. I think we got everybody so far. I guess it turns over to me. There's no question that this was a very upsetting video to watch and to rewatch and to see different angles on. There's some question about that. It was ugly. One observation, and this is not any judgment whatsoever, but in protest videos I've seen, there was a little bit of a difference here that kind of concerns me. I look forward to various surveillance cameras that would have recorded this incident as well. But protesters tend to leave an escape route. And I didn't see that here, but that's neither here nor there. We'll see it in the investigation. This was the first real world test of body cameras for Tacoma Police Department. And I'm really, really sorry to hear that there wasn't one in play on that. I've listened to North Main. I listened to this develop, and I've listened to it all the way through. I think there's some information to be had doing that. We will be watching Tacoma's leadership as to what they will decide to do and what initiatives they will take, and stand by for CPAC to support anything and everything. I do absolutely support the declaration that this was a use of force because of the disparity between a vehicle and a human being. I think that was absolutely appropriate. I appreciate that we've got almost 600 people on. And I guess I want to ask everybody to take some deep breaths. We've got processes in place, everything from emergency vehicle operations course review of the situation to Tacoma Police Department accident review to I-940 compliant PC fit, prosecutor's office. We've got some investigations going, and I'm confident that we will get the information that we are looking for. I'd like it just as quickly as possible as well, but it's going to take a little bit on some of it. Still, we have information that we can look to in open source to inform us a bit. I would like to challenge the whole Tacoma community for a moment. Because in a perfect world, if everybody had been in compliance with the laws and compliance with policies, if everybody had done everything appropriate and socially appropriate, I'm not thinking that this would have happened. Not saying that it's an excuse, but I challenge, it's not just a TPD thing to fix. It's not just a city council transformational thing to fix. It's a community thing. We accept some things, and running over people is not acceptable. That's fine. And we don't accept some things. I'm going to challenge the community to not accept more things that honestly endanger more lives across the board. I know it's not a popular position to take, but I think it's important to say, and it's fairly unbiased. With that, I will end my comments, and I will ask the committee, what next steps do we need to take? And I'll just leave it open to whoever would like to respond.
I think Lewis and I need to meet immediately, and the rest of our subcommittee about the use of force policy for TPD and the use of force continuum.
Exactly what I was getting ready to say, Gina.
Good. Any other next steps?
Absolutely. Oh, Chris, are you going? Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I can take my breath. I got them all day.
I would like to see something at the next meeting regarding specifics of the completion of the rollout of the body cams and the timeline, and hopefully see some movement to the left on the calendar to get officers to have, all officers to have body worn cameras, just like Shana mentioned. Of course, it's incredibly that the officer involved in this incident didn't have a body worn camera. And honestly, it's like the most disappointing thing I think I've heard, because we have worked so hard to get body worn cameras in. And the fact that this incident occurred and we don't have that data to show and to pull up. I'd also like to see movement from the CPAC regarding moving us towards an oversight committee, as we've been discussing. I'd like the city to facilitate setting those discussions up with the CPAC and getting any legal parties involved that need to be involved. And I'd like to see a timeline on that. I'd also like to see the use of force policy reviewed, like Shana mentioned. I'd also like to see what policies and procedures the TPD has in place in approaching large crowds and street racing crowds. If there isn't one, I'd like to see a timeline for one being generated. And I'd like to see some action on all of those by the next meeting, whether it's a start of it or a timeline. All these things I've gathered from listening to the committee members, and I think we can all agree that there does need to be action. I understand there's processes and procedures in place, but there's no reason why we all can't work a little extra harder and take some more time and push, and with support of city council and the city staff and the TPD, that we can work together and get some of these things in place to provide the transparency that the citizens of Tacoma need, so we can help heal this relationship. Because this isn't going to be good for us if we cannot progress this at a timely manner. That's all I have, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Kiara?
I just want to echo what Crystal just said. Those were basically all the things that I wanted to make sure that didn't get lost in my my upset and trauma that I've experienced. I also just want to add to the list. We need to be able to communicate to the community how they can access the camera footage. It's completely unacceptable that we have been rolling this out for over a year, and we didn't think about how we were going to communicate to the community how to access that. We knew we were going to have 1,000 people watching tonight, and that was, if we had one job, like that was the one thing we could have come with. So a little frustrated about that, but I want to make sure that we get that by the next meeting. And I also want to make sure that we get on that list. In addition to becoming an oversight committee, I want to make sure that we have full access to be able to get to that footage, regardless of a independent investigation or not. And whatever it takes to do that, we need to handle it, whatever that looks like. So if there are barriers, we need to be working on them.
I just want to jump in real quick, Kiara. Yeah. That's already up on the website. If people go to the body worn cameras website, there is the link to PDR body camera footage. It is already up there, plus the policy related to PDRing it based on what it is right now. It doesn't have all of the, how we had the two separate, we had what was approved right now, and then the future ones based on what's approved right now. That's what's up on the website now. The case is also on the use of force page that people can sign up for updates and get updates as we get more information. It's already been uploaded and is available to the public.
So, okay, wait, can you just run that back to me? Yeah. Let me give you a scenario for the 566 people that probably were confused also. Okay. So I'm a person, and hypothetically I was arrested and I'm out of jail and I need to access the footage of my arrest. How do I do that?
You have to submit a PDR.
Okay.
And there's a link on the page for PDRs related to body cameras.
And do we know how long what's the timeline on that?
I do not know that, because each one is different, because there are certain redactions that have to take place based on the policy. And so I don't know the specific time frame. I know that we are bound by certain laws in terms of our responsiveness to PDRs. Mm-hmm. So we are still bound by that. And I don't want to misquote what those rules are, but it's in the policy that is accessible on that page.
Okay.
And then Kiara, just real quick, just so people know too, like one of the big reasons we want to move to an oversight committee is then CPAC doesn't have to go through that records request process, and we can see documents sooner.
Yeah. I know we talked about the cameras again, but I just want to make sure that us as the policy committee, make sure that we get adding the continuous. I know we talked about this, but the continuous footage of not only the body worn, but the car cameras. So I know we haven't even gotten there, but I want to make sure that we get that and we start talking about it. Lastly, I just want to end with, this was not just a tragedy, like in a human way. This was a tragedy for, business folks. This was a tragedy for everybody who pays taxes to the city of Tacoma. We just had a 4% budget cut this year, and we lost, 12 days, I think, at the Tacoma Public Library. Police year budget was cut, and now we're dealing with, I don't even know how many lawsuits are going to come with this. So in addition to the property damage that happened last night, I am extremely upset, and this is like completely unacceptable just on a use of funds like level, right? Like we can't spend money like this. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. I just want to make sure that we are thinking about what folks are going through in terms of youth, in terms of like just people in general. We have not had live entertainment for almost a year, I think, at this point. And I feel like that's kind of been lost in all of the things that we've been talking about. And I feel like we need to be thinking about each other as humans. We need to be thinking about the stress that we're all under as we demonize folks and we wish them to death for basic things like gathering in the street. I'll stop at that. And I'm excited to meet February 8th. And I hope that folks join us again.
Outstanding. Thank you, Kiara. Are there any? Go ahead.
I have one other comment for our committee. I just want to make Shana and Kiara aware of it. I have asked to have the ability to go at least to observe a use of force class at the Criminal Justice Training Commission. If we're going to go down this road, we are going down this road, not if, we're going down this road, we need to understand what police officers are trained to do on the use of force continuum and how they're trained. And the reason I asked that, because we just went through this at another agency that I'm involved in, and I got to observe that. And I think there's a disconnect on many levels with the use of force. And I won't go into the details of that, but I think as we go down this road, we need to see with our eyes. We need to understand what police officers are taught and what they're feeling and how they react, because I think that will give us a bigger, at least a snapshot. But again, there is a disconnect between what they're taught and how they're responding on the street.
Thank you, Lewis.
Outstanding, Lewis. Thank you for, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just agreeing with Lewis. And I also had one more ask of the city for our next meeting, and that would be to set up a meeting with the chaplaincy program, because I'm not sure what the status is of the contract with the CTRT. However, this is an event that could have been helped by the CTRT, and it still can, if depending where we are in the contract. I think there's a lot of community trauma, and people that have this training and support can be reaching out to community members and helping with that. So I'd like an update on that in a separate meeting and with the subcommittee, and see how we can potentially move that to the left of getting that contract accepted and starting some community outreach from the chaplaincy regarding this event.
Thank you, Crystal. Are there any other next steps for the committee that anybody has? Go ahead, Dana.
Great. Just a quick clarification question. With all the written comments that we received tonight, what will happen with those? How will they be handled, and how will we let the public know that we've read them, acknowledged them? I don't want this just to be something that goes into the void, and I think the public, since they took the time to write these, needs to know what's going to happen with them.
Well, at the very least, what I can do is I'll be taking all the comments that were received when I sent them to you at 5 p.m., as well as all the comments that have been coming in since the meeting has begun. And I will upload that compiled PDF to the website, along with the recording for this meeting as well, later tonight. So those will be available to the public later tonight so that they can review the comments as well. If you'd like something else done with the comments as well, I can do so, but that'll be at a minimum what I'll be doing.
So
thank you, Dakota. Go ahead.
Sorry, Stephen. So if the committee would like to develop a response, or would like to, forward those comments with your comments to council, you can just have Stephen reach out to Megan, and you guys, a subcommittee or the engagement committee can kind of think of what response. I don't know if you guys want to respond to each one, or if you want to write a generalized response and then forward those to council with your thoughts as a committee. We can facilitate that happening as well.
Thank you, Tanisha. Dana?
Last thing I got is the question that immediately came to my mind, and like everybody else's, was where's the camera footage? And I think that we can't kind of really, we got to take a look at the dash cams in the cars. That's got to be something that we really think about. And I was thinking about what other cameras are even available out in just on Pacific Avenue. what kind of, should we take a look at those? As my background, it's all about being able to get as much information as we can about things. And that's the first thing that kind of question my mind is, where's the cameras, and where, so that's something that I think the city should consider. We probably should add that to our list. And it's good to talk about the use of force, but also I think, and I don't know exactly the police kind of language on this, but we talk about escalation of force too, and what's the steps to be able to escalate to that higher level of force, and where does it fall? I can't imagine that this, where it ever said it would drive over somebody. Like, I can't, imagine the situation and that would happen. And so the escalation of force, especially with the amount of experience this officer had on the police force of 30 years, that's just, that was shocking. But the main thing was just, I think we really need to think about cameras as a whole, as a city, bigger.
Mike, would you like to address the dash cam thing?
Oh, yeah. So,
go ahead, Jen.
Regarding the dash cam, that proposal was talked about and discussed. I think at a certain city leadership, we'll have to re-engage that conversation to see, to look at the different aspects that's involved in it. I think as the need arises or the desire arises, and talking with our city leadership, we can talk through that process and figure out the funding and the process that's going to be necessary, just like we did the body cams. So that same process is going to have to be utilized as we move forward with that.
But Jeff, to be clear, we do not have dash cams right now, so there's no dash cam footage to look at.
Yeah, that's what I was made aware of, and I was quite surprised. Something that really seems to me to be an obvious thing that we need to take a look at. And at least and stuff's going on like it's around the city too, in those major throughways. Cameras up on buildings and things like this are probably not a bad thing to think about as well.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Any other next steps?
I just want to say, and I don't know how all these processes work, and I feel like this is kind of obvious, but I know the investigation is going to happen, and I just wanted to be clear that waiting to hear what happens is an independent thing, and waiting isn't really an action. And I feel like there's a lot of positive and necessary actions that can be taken place, a lot of things that people have listed, and I just wanted to say those are so important, and waiting is not an action. So that, yeah.
Thank you, Tara. Dana, in June, we got a whole bunch of defund the police emails. I answered every single email that came in, although it took me at a rate of 3 per day a while to get through every one of them. If we do decide as a committee to go ahead and answer to everybody, I agree with you. If somebody takes the time to write us, I think we owe them at least a thank you, if nothing else. We can split them up if you want, or I can do it at 3 per day. I'll get through the pile eventually. I guess the only next steps that I've got to add to the mix, and it's really more for Chief, and I think this stuff's already probably in process. The EVOC cadre probably is going to want to take a look at emergency vehicle operations and how this was impacted. And there was another one, protocols developed to deal with these sideshows and that type of stuff as far as a standardized protocol response. I'm sure those things are in process, but I look forward to seeing them when they are complete. Thank you. And with that, unless there's objection, I encourage everybody to go back and look at the City Council special meeting tonight. It was very informative. I thought it was an excellent meeting. About 10 minutes before the City Council meeting came on, TV Tacoma actually had a video on how to request public records specifically for body-worn camera video. I know that video is also on the Tacoma Police Department body camera website, so that's out there. People can go ahead and keep up to date with things by going to the Independent Investigative Team site at Pierce County WA.gov, and the Police and Use of Deadly Force in Tacoma website under the city manager's office will also give current updates. That being said, we do have a regular meeting on the 8th of February. We'll have special meetings if warranted. We will have public comment in the meeting on the 8th. We'll plan for a little bit extra time for that meeting. Is there any objection to closing the meeting out for the evening?
Stephen, real quick before you do, and
yes,
I think Chief Akey wants a chance to say some
final
words.
I saw Chief too.
I would
Yes.
like to just remind everyone that tomorrow is virtual forum, which is a kind of a citizens forum outside of the meeting, and people can make public comment there. As always, you can also submit your comments in writing, and council will receive those as well. So in addition to the February CPAC meeting, tomorrow night is a great opportunity to voice concerns to City Council. And then I'll pass it to Chief.
Hey, thanks, Tanisha. It's just a reminder, once again, I know, and Tanisha, I really appreciate you reminding me of the public disclosure process as well. But when everyone gets a chance to visit the body-worn camera site that the city of Tacoma has done, it's a great site that, MCO help, or not just help, but develop. There's videos, great videos involved, frequently asked questions. I think a lot of the questions that came up about body cameras are there. Also, when people we're discussing the cameras, and I know people are disappointed it's not out there and such. But this is just a reminder, as we were implementing the body camera program, and even in a study session, in early January, we talked about the implementation of timelines, very specifically of how it's going to be deployed. You're right, very unfortunate that this incident wasn't covered, with the body cameras. The next group, it just happens, this group was the group that the body cameras wasn't going to get issued to them until February 4th. So next week is when the second group, large group, will be of uniform officers will be getting that. So I just I know those conversations came up, and I was hoping that I can just add a little bit of clarity to that.
Oh,
thank you, Chief. Thank you, Tanisha. Go ahead.
I just have a question. I was just wondering, obviously, hopefully nothing like this ever happens again, but when situations happen, will there be a way to prioritize, or a way to, when officers need to call in for more people to come, to a priority of people who do have body cams to also come, if since it's it's a not a 1-day rollout schedule. I don't know, I was just thinking about that because there needs to be more cameras getting there if there aren't there already.
No, we agree with you. I think that's a great comment, and we just wanted to say, so our implementation between January and March, so that means everybody in uniform, on the Tacoma Police Department wears a body camera. That includes the sergeants, lieutenants, and the captains, and even the assistant chief that's assigned to the bureau. So our intent is to get there. What you are saying is a great idea, and we're moving towards that.
Hey, Chief, really quick, or maybe Tanisha or Bakota, could somebody put that website in the chat for the not the panelists, but, well, I would like it too, but for the attendees to be able to get to easily? We could probably talk.
Tanisha, I think you're muted.
think Chief just did it.
Here we go.
There we go. Thank you. We could probably talk later about, I got to look over it, but I feel like we probably have to talk later about how to make it easy to read, just in case it's very like policy heavy and not like, I don't know, not accessible for people to quickly get the information that they need. I don't know. So I'll look at it first, but maybe that could be something to talk about for later.
We tried to make it super simple. There's like a button that takes you right there. But what I'll also do for the CPAC team is we created kind of a cheat sheet for city council so they'd know where certain things are to direct people. And I'll get you the URL so that you can quickly tell people like, oh, you want to find this here. We have it. Just a lot of things were happening today. So I will get that out to all of you. I'll get it to Dakota to send to you guys.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Seconded.
Outstanding. I will call for a vote. In addition to the voice vote, would you wave your hand in front of the camera? First of all, if your vote is aye.
Aye.
Okay, I see a majority of the committee has voted aye. The motion is adopted. We will adjourn at 7:20 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Thanks, Stephen, for leading.
that unfolded, that controlling narrative still exists today, and the way that our laws are constructed, and the way that communities are policed or imprisoned, the way that children are treated in certain schools, all of that still exists. It's just by another name.
But it's just so fucked up when you realize like why it exists. Like it can be boiled down like simply for a select few people to profit from the system that's created. And like this system is in everything. Like it's like when you start to see that, you can start to understand why they keep why school to prison pipelines are in place. Why it was interesting in the article too. Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place, but how they were talking about how we criminalize poverty, like how they want to keep certain people in place. Like it's just, and then it just all goes back to, so a certain crew of people benefit from this system.
Yeah, a small group of elites, typically white, wealthy, and honestly mostly cishet men, benefit from the way in which the system currently is. And that's even true during the pandemic. There have been so many statistics that have come out that show that the same people who are making money before the pandemic are the same people making, in some instances, even more money during the pandemic. And the same people who tend to suffer the most are suffering even more than they usually do. So COVID and the other crises surrounding it have exacerbated not just the pre-existing conditions of oppression and injustice, but also the pre-existing condition of wealth and inequality, where a few wealthy elites are benefiting extremely. And you ask, why don't people rise up against it? I mean, I think it's a number of reasons. Honestly, it doesn't benefit white middle-income people. Don't see the benefit to aligning themselves with Black and brown middle-income and poor folks. But the truth of the matter is, if the system was more equitable for everyone, then everybody would benefit more. And it's really about like our vision for things. We've all been tricked into this idea of meritocracy, that if you just work hard enough, you too can be however million trillionaire Jeff Bezos is, but you just haven't worked hard enough. So we've created also just the myth of the meritocracy of you just need to work harder. And so as a result, a lot of middle income folks blame themselves. We individualize a systemic problem rather than acknowledging that there is an inequitable system in place in the first place. And we need a multiracial, intersectional movement that's willing to rise up, that has a nuanced understanding of racial capitalism in particular, and isn't going to make it just about class or just about race or just about gender, but has the capacity to talk about it and the many ways that the controlling narrative has created a variety of hierarchies, whether that's ability level, gender, race, class, religion, what zip code you were born in. These are all hierarchies that serve capitalism overall and actually keep us divided and don't serve us.
Yeah. I mean, this whole system, everything has been created to keep us all divided. So as an abolitionist, is education at the forefront of what is, like, where does the change start coming from? Like, is education at the forefront of that? Like, I know the movement is like multifaceted, but like, how do we put the gas on this? Like, it's no change. So little change has happened over so many years. Like, how does more change happen a lot quicker?
Yeah. So I want to recommend a book to folks.
I bought it.
Aid. I highly recommend it. Because we've talked a lot about mutual aid in these conversations and talking about what it is and what it isn't. What's the difference between mutual aid and charity? How do we really break down these systems? And to be quite frank, mutual aid is a huge part of it because it builds solidarity, it builds relationship, it meets immediate needs. And if you do it right, it gives political education to a lot of people. The Black Panther Party didn't exist for very long. And yet in 2021, we talk about the effectiveness. I mean, a whole governmental program got created because the free breakfast program was so good at meeting immediate needs, organizing community, and getting people politically educated so we could be on the same page. And that's what creates solidarity. We often talk about unity like, we got to bring the business people together and the activists together and the grassroots together. What we really need is to get on the same page about what the problem is.
Yeah.
All those folks in the room, but we have a different theory of change and don't agree about what the problem is overall, we're going to leave the room in the same position we were in before. That's why, honestly, I wanted to make this abolition curriculum public and accessible, because in terms of the work that I do as an organizer, if more people understand racial capitalism as part of the problem, if more people start to see abolition as the direction we want to go in, it will change the way that we all move. But at the end of the day, mutual aid is just such a significant way to build community solidarity, to build a shared political analysis, and to get a lot of people moving and doing effective work without professionalizing it, without turning it into a nonprofit industrial complex, without having to make it a business. We actually start to meet each other's needs better than the failed government, which is why often the government mimics the shit that we do for each other, because it's effective.
Yeah, and I think like the more I'm starting, I did buy that book. It did come. I haven't opened it yet. But the more I'm starting to understand mutual aid, the more I'm just understanding like the importance to bring humanity back, which I think is so like, it seems like such a simple thing, but it's like genuinely just caring about your fellow human beings is such an undervalued thing in the world that we live in right now. It's like, we need to fucking care about one another. And we need to know that like, if we don't care about one another and if we don't care about this earth, we won't be here for very much longer, period.
And specifically, like there's a quote that here, Dean Spade says, "We are used to being a part of groups that ignore ordinary caring labor, much of which is seen as women's work, like cooking and cleaning and conflict mediation, while celebrating only the final outward-looking evidence of production, the big protest march, the finalized legislation, the release of someone from prison, the media coverage." So it's also the type of work that we center matters. We often make caring labor or mediation work, we make it seem unimportant because we typically categorize it as women's work or non-man work, right? So we've devalued that type of work in terms of serving our communities. But that is the exact kind of work, caring work, that meets people's needs, that is restorative and transformative. And so we have to start figuring out, how do we make that work a priority rather than the big flashy stuff? I know passing laws and getting, like passing laws and media coverage seems like the thing. And don't get me wrong, I love a big protest that really like gets in the streets and disrupts the status quo. But what really is transformative is that sustained mutual aid work that builds the caring relationships and connective tissue within a community that makes it so we're safer, we're better cared for, and we can more clearly see the fallacies of government. Like the government only gave you $2,000 in the last, like, I don't know how many months, didn't even give it to everybody. Many people were excluded. Like if you hadn't paid your taxes on time, if you had a certain type of like, I don't know, record that might have kept you from getting an ID and therefore you couldn't do certain things around your taxes. The problem with so many of our social services is they require people to be sober or show they don't have a criminal record or, you know, XYZ, the myriad of things that you have to do, the hoops you have to jump through. And that is what distinguishes the difference between charity and mutual aid. Is mutual aid is not going to put a barrier on your ability to receive services within your community the same way a social service will or a nonprofit.
Amen.
And
I mean, yeah.
Racist. It goes back to the Black codes. It goes back to the idea of criminalizing people's behavior for the purpose of determining who's worthy. And once you determine who's worthy, you then determine who's disposable, who's disappearable, who's exploitable. See, that's the problem. We keep repeating these narratives over and over again.
This disposable, disappearable, and exploitable is something I was listening to a different podcast and they were using that a lot. And all of a sudden you just like, you have this like, fuck, we really just try to disappear people. Like we try to live in this world and then decide like who's okay and who's not okay. And okay, I don't want you in my world anymore. And I'm going to figure out a way to just disappear you away right now. I also, switching again, but when you're talking about making that a priority, like the mutual aid, you start to understand that when you can, it's like you can get in front of things, right? Like the government or policing and all these systems are like aftermath and they're not even helping the situations. It was so fascinating. The same podcast I was listening to, she was talking about the entire way that prisons are set up is obviously inhumane, but it's also, it doesn't make the society any safer, and you teach human behavior that is not effective in society after. And it's like, so when you start to understand like none of these systems are working, they're working to exploit labor and to push people away, but they're not working to actually rehabilitate people and bring them back into society because they don't actually care about people. So it's like,
correct, because isolating people is not what brings healing or addresses the causes of why people ended up in that place in the first place. And mutual aid, you know, like if we were to build effective mutual aid networks right now, as we're facing like a huge climate crisis, like we're in the crisis already, we're going to need the ability to have local food that we can redistribute in community. We're going to need the ability to have community care clinics. We're going to need the ability to have other types of sustainable housing that can meet people's needs. And so the other part about mutual aid is having our networks already set up so that when things get bad, for the most marginalized people, they don't get worse, you know, and that is something the government has not been able to do. I mean, even just think about it right now. We keep depending upon a government that's not been able to build a social safety net for the people who most need it, which ultimately leads to high unemployment rates, people having to make choices that are criminalized, and leads more people into the prison industrial complex. Ultimately, those people are going to be used as cheap, exploitable labor to rebuild the economy. This is the language we're going to start hearing from the Biden-Harris administration. Is we need to rebuild the economy, and they're going to do it on the backs of the people that are suffering most.
So fucked up. Okay, we're at time, but I really wanted to ask you a big question, which is how do we get people to care? Like, how do you get people to care more about this when in the moment they don't feel like these things affect them? And I think that's where it's like, how do more people realize the situation that majority of people are in, and how do they care to get invested enough to start making, you know, to start taking action and help make change?
I mean, one answer to that is community organizing. And to be honest, I get messages in my inbox all the time where folks are like, I know I'm white, but I just want to know what I can be doing to help the movement. And I know people don't like this answer, but if you come from a community of privilege, go organize your community of privilege. Part of the reason I'm in this law school teaching this class is because I need to organize other lawyers and future attorneys to be thinking about how do we treat this public service of being lawyers as a mutual aid thing, as opposed to a nonprofit or a governmental thing. How do we get into the a pathway of being mutual aid givers about the work that we're doing and build the collective power of communities by opening the floodgates of access to information rather than continuing to gatekeep it, right? So I need to organize the communities of privilege I'm connected to. So that's one thing. The second thing is, when we think about the crisis of COVID-19, It teaches us one very important thing. I mean, it teaches a lot of things, but one very important one. It is you are only as healthy or as safe in a public health context as the person in your community that has the least amount of access to healthcare and essential services. And that should say something to us. Part of the reason COVID-19 has spread so quickly through the United States is we not only lack healthcare for all, but we lack a social safety net for people when these kind of crises happen. So as a result, so many people just have to work. They have to be out and about. And we don't have a good system for distribution and access to the vaccine. And I would argue, because of the way our priorities are set up, we haven't prioritized the right people yet. You know, we should have already prioritized folks that are immunocompromised, living in congregational housing, and we should have already prioritized incarcerated peoples. There are so many vectors of spread with the kinds of jails and prisons that we have in communities that lack significant healthcare structures. So, you know, if people pay attention, if people are looking at the way COVID is impacting our communities, it should be a wake-up call. And we might have to help people get that wake-up call. And that's part of why the community organizing is important. It's part of why the political education is important. And it's why the mutual aid work is important. So I really encourage folks, again, think about your local context. If you're not sure about how to get involved in mutual aid work in your context, there's this really good book by Dean Spade. We're also doing...
I was going to say, aren't you talking to Dean Spade?
I am. We're doing an event tomorrow night to talk about mutual aid in depth. With Seattle University. It'll be live streamed for those who can't actually get onto the Zoom event. So, you know, I recommend...
Wait, is there a link to that?
Yeah, I mean, I shared a post in my story. So look, I'll also send it to you, Kaisa. But I recommend folks get to know mutual aid work. And also, I'm putting this curriculum together for folks for free to access. And I want to encourage you, take advantage of it, because how often do people just be like, look, here's my work product, I'm going to give it to you. Do some self-study. This is as good as it gets, y'all. Do some self-study. I'm not saying I'm great or anything, but what I'm saying is...
Say it. You are great.
Do the work.
Okay, but since you brought it up, you dished it up, you served it right now, and I'm going to just ask you a question. If there are some of us, which there are, that would like to pay you for the course that we're in, are you accepting Venmos?
You know what? Just wait until there's a good way to do it that feels not me being a capitalist. But I love you, and I love all of y'all. I'm glad we're having this discussion. I hope you'll join us tomorrow night to talk about mutual aid, or at least find the live stream and look it up. This is the part of mutual aid. This is my mutual aid to the world right now, and I'm really excited to be sharing it with folks.
I like how you shut that one all the way down. I'll let you shut that one down. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Nikita, we appreciate you so much. We will find a way to pay you for the education you are giving all of us, but apparently you don't want to take it tonight, but we appreciate you.
Much love. Appreciate
you. Thank you.
But I think, guys, it looks like this might be the end of the road. Thanks for hanging out, Tom. It was,
It's going to be a bit of a wind down. We just chatting in the park if the camera works, if the battery works.
Yeah, we couldn't hang out in person, but next best thing. It's good. We didn't do much, to be honest. Yeah, it looks like it's charging now. We just
I might be able to get away with this one actually.
6%.
6. Fucking hell, that just dives after 20.
There's an obvious taper
After
to the battery life.
I just lost like 10% just getting the battery out. So hopefully this works.
We're just trying to sort out the phone battery scenario. Right now we're down to 4%. We're losing roughly 2% every 30 seconds.
Charging now, right?
3%.
It says it's charging.
Okay. See how we go. But yeah, we didn't really do much.
2%.
We just,
It says it's charging though.
we
might lose you, chat.
We might lose you guys. But thanks for hanging out. And like I said, we didn't do much today. We just turned up, bought some filming equipment, and let you guys come for a walk. The real legends are warriors of the Aboriginal resistance who did an amazing job organising this today, and the marshals who fucking rule. So, about to lose you any second now.
Yeah, probably.
Join your union.
Yeah, you gotta shut that out.
Join the one big union, guys. Got it, you know, get to meet a bunch of awesome people. And
hey, Tack.
Oh, hey, Tack. Oh, we're on audio in Seattle Protest Network. If any legends have been watching us today, it looks like it's all coming to an end now. And all we can really say is get out and support these kind of actions. Get out and support First Nations people where you can.
Yeah, hey Seattle Protest Network, thanks for putting us on today. That's a fucking awesome thing you guys did. Appreciate that.
We got the what?
It's because I pulled on this. One second.
Join your union, join your local socialist organisations, get out to protests, get out on the streets, start organising, and try to do something, because nothing's going to change unless we get out there and make a change. And we're definitely not going to get any meaningful change from the government. We've got to get out there and demand it and make the change ourselves. So that's all we can really say today. Thanks for hanging out, and we will see you all on Thursday for our regular stream. Love yous.
Right, chat, Bella Chow. Thanks, Jax, as well, by the way. And Tom, you guys have been awesome today, helping us out. Who else was there? Thanks, Rob, as well. And anyone that hosted today, that's awesome.
We'll see you soon.
Bella Chow.
ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਰ ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੱਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਦੇ ਹੱਕਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਲੜਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਏ ਹਾਂ ਜੇ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਡੂੰਘੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਨੁਕਸਾਨਦਾਇਕ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਹੋਂਦ ਲਈ ਖਤਰਾ ਵਾ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਰ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣਾ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਕੋਈ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਵੀ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ ਵਾ ਤੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਜੀ
ਅੱਜ ਦੀ 26 ਦੀ ਪਰੇਡ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਜੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਰੇਡ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਵਾਂਗੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਪੀਸਫੁਲ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਜ਼ਰਾਂ ਪੂਰੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਭਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਪਰੇਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ
ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕਿੱਧਰੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਜੀ
ਅਸੀਂ ਤਰਨਤਾਰਨ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੈਦਲ ਮਾਰਚ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਪੈਦਲ ਹੀ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਪੈਦਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ
ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਡੇ
ਅੱਛਾ ਓਹੋ 10 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਵੀਰ ਕਿ ਪੈਦਲ ਹੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆਂਦੇ ਪਏ ਆ ਕਮਾਲ ਹੀ ਆ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਦੇਖੋ ਪੈਦਲ ਮਾਰਚ ਕੱਢ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿਸਾਨੀ ਝੰਡੇ ਦਸਤਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਸਾਥੀਆਂ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਥੇ
हमारे यहाँ 60 दिनों के बचे हुए, एक बार भी सरकार ने हमसे ढंग से बात नहीं की। सरकार किसान आम आदमी का पेट भरता है, सारी चीजें किसान फसल उगाता है, लेकिन किसान की कोई सुनी नहीं रहा। 6 महीनों में कितनी सर्दी में कितने लोग शहादत दे चुके हैं, कितने मर चुके हैं, लेकिन आज ये फैसला लेना पड़ा कि 26 जनवरी में हम दिल्ली कूच करेंगे। ये हमने पहले भी कह दिया था, सरकार माने ना माने, शांति से मानने की तो ठीक है, नहीं मानेंगे जबरदस्ती भी हमने कूच करना था, हमें दिल्ली कूच करना था। हम लोगों को मैसेज देना चाहते हैं, देश का अन्नदाता जो सड़कों पे बैठा ना, ये सरकार सुन ले, ये किसानों के विरोध की सरकार है, किसानों के हित की सरकार नहीं है। ये
किसान यहाँ पर एक मैसेज दे रहे हैं कि रिपब्लिक जो गणतंत्र दिवस का आज ओकेजन है, वो लोगों के जनता का, इस देश की जनता का दिन है, ना कि सरकार का और उसकी काली नीतियों का अवसर है। ये अवसर देश के किसानों का है, देश के मजदूरों का है। ये मैसेज यहाँ से दिया जा रहा है। ट्रैक्टर जो है वो बड़ी संख्या में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और यहाँ पर बैरिकेड तोड़ दिए गए हैं। हम यहाँ पर लगातार आपको अपडेट दे रहे हैं कि पहली जो बैरिकेड है वो तोड़ कर किसान आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और टिकरी बॉर्डर, सिंघू बॉर्डर, गाजीपुर सब जगह यही नज़ारा देखने को आज पूरा दिन मिलेगा। भारी संख्या में यहाँ पे वॉलंटियर्स मौजूद हैं, जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं, जो इंश्योर
किसान सलामी दे रहे हैं। आ देखो तिरंगे फड़ के हल के उत्ते तिरंगा लाया हुआ है। हाँ, तो जय जवान जय किसान का नारा दिता जाता है। अन्नदाता ਇਹ ਹਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤਿਰੰਗਾ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਨੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਆਏ ਹੋ?
हरियाणा जिला करनाल अरविंद आर्य नाम।
हाँ जी, हल ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ तिरंगा लाया है, मन महसूस हो रहा है?
बिल्कुल गर्व महसूस हो रहा है। हम किसान हैं, हम भी देशभक्त हैं और आज गणतंत्र दिवस है। आपके सभी दर्शकों को गणतंत्र दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। और आज किसान परेड है, हमको भी आज अपनी किसान परेड करते हुए गर्व महसूस हो रहा है।
गर्व महसूस हो रहा है। गुरु ਦੀਆਂ ਲਾੜਨੀਆਂ ਫੌਜਾਂ ਨੇ, गुरु ਦੀਆਂ ਲਾੜਨੀਆਂ ਫੌਜਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ।
Say your way to all the property groups here that have joined us in the sharing of Yomara song and dance here today at Musgrave Park. It's a great honour to be here My name is Derek Gorham Sandy. I'm one of many traditional custodians of the Yagara country, also descend from the Yugambeh countries to the south, which my great ancestor Don Bungaree was born at Gardens Point, the place Migandagan, in the gutting of the country. Could we have all the mob in the front here just plot down? You're on pen. You ready for Dingaree? Just hop back a bit on the basketball court there. A bit of room there, didn't So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge all elders past, present and emerging, acknowledging the traditional country in which we gather on, the Yagara and the Gagara people. Also extending my acknowledgement to the Gapi people north of Caboolture, the Caboolture River. And out to the west here, the Wiyang, acknowledging the Waka Waka nations of that country there also. To the south of the Yugambeh, the Logan River, the Yugambeh nations, in which I also descend from that country also. And also to the Jendawala nations and the Quandamuka and Yulabariba dancers here, also their countries as well, acknowledging their old people past, present and emerging, our young people, our future generations, who are here to follow our footsteps in sharing culture, but sharing a message that our people have been marching these streets for a very long time, marching for the rights of our people, to be able to conduct and share our cultural sharings through the form of song and dance or art, to the form of the way that we live our life on country, and sharing that knowledge in our sacred places. So it's a great honour here. As a descendant of grandfather Bilam Bilam, yo way Narang Nuguru, Balka Bilam Bilam, Narang Nuguru, to my great ancestor Narang Bangri, yo Balka Barabang Bangri Nuguru, calling out to my grandfather ancestors of all walks of life. We are the Yurongpan dancers, and Yurongpan is a particular tribal group who speak the Yagara language, the Yagara tongue, in the country on which we gather on. So Yurong in our language represents the sand, and Pun representing the country that we descend from. Through South Brisbane here, right down, following Benarawa, Oxley Creek, and the major creek systems that travel through the centre of our country. Back in the 1850s, there was a great ancestor called Manrulpan, Balka Manrulpan Nuru, who was the ancestor and leader of that tribal group in those times, in which he passed the throne on to grandfather Bilam Bilam. And it went through down the ages and the generations. And it's a great honour to represent Yurongpan clan country of the Yagara nation today, and also representing our other songlines of Yagara, Yugambeh, and many other countries out there. So, Malacha Jingari, welcome to you all. This first song is a welcome song to welcome the good Bulangan, the good spirit, to welcome you all here onto this country. The Kurul, little Kurupa, the place of the water rat, the totem spirit, which we're going to call out to the ancestors now, and the local totem spirit, to join us in the way of sharing through this ancient form of song and dance, the Yoranangari, a way for our people that have sustained this country for thousands and thousands of years. To all the non-Indigenous people out there, Jingari, welcome to our way of sharing, the oldest continuous culture in the world's way of sharing. I just want to give one message for 2021. My opinion is reconciliation is stealing our culture. We need to stop reconciliation in our schools, for the reason is they are speaking our language on our behalf, something our ancestors weren't allowed to do on country, in our sacred places. They're teaching that language without our permission. And under our law, you're not allowed to do that. So I think us as a unit here today with Aboriginal mob, Tuscarora mob, Miglu mob, white fellas, mob from all cultures that are joined here today, listen to us. Our culture is ours. Stop taking it. You're taking our land. You've taken our country, but you'll never take our culture, our identity away from us. So us as a unit, and all the countries here today, we need to stand together in this country here, Southeast Queensland, my agent, and stand up for those who are stealing our cultural ways and our way of sharing in that circle setting. Everyone sits on the land, mutual respect, all connected to that space. Open body language, mutual respect, ears open, listening to one another, listening to the stories that they share. This is how we need to bring the world back to this way of gathering. Not one fella standing up lecturing 150 of people. We all contribute to that circle. That's why our people are so strong and resilient. So this one here, Jingari, the welcome son. Yo! You feel that Quran, that wind? That's the old people joining us. Yo, way, thank you. This next one we want to share with you is a very sacred song and dance for our people. Talks about the Meradin. Meradin in our language represents the star. It wasn't just any star, it was a special star for when your Nuguru, your spirit, has had its time here on earth and is to travel to a place in which we call in our language Ugaranti Barati. Ugaranti Barati represents the land beyond the skies. Now you see in this dance, you see the dancers sitting around in the circle of the bull. Now this part represents the day that my great-great-great-grandfather, Billam, it's the suburb of Billamba. Billam represents the peewee, the sound that the magpie like, the peewee makes. And if you look around, there's a lot of other suburbs too, like Toowong. That makes the sound of the stormbird, the sound that the stormbird makes before the rain comes into this part of the country. So Aboriginal people always have that connection to the animals, the totems within the region to share that song and that dance and that story. And this particular story talks about that Ugaranti Barachi, the land beyond the skies. When we've had our time here on Mother Earth, our spirit is taken to those stars. Now if you look at night, you look up in the sky at night, you see the Southern Cross there? the one that their mob put on the flag there without permission. But, you know, the Southern Cross there, you see that one? You see the different totems, the emu, nugum. You might see Mandalgam, the Death Adder snake. You might even see Nibbin, the big wet-tailed eagle, or Tuwe, flying across. How it's seen is each star point shapes that animal. And when you look closely, you learn about that dreaming. Sitting around that circle, around that fire, that Dalo, you'll see that story painted for you in the stars. Since the beginning of time, the laws of the land, the laws of our trees, our animals, our plants, in which Aboriginal people and many Indigenous people of the world work with the animals, never against. That's how we sustain the world, sustain Australia, this country here, as Aboriginal people. So this one here represents Mirajin, my great-great-grandfather's Yora, the stories of the stars. Your way, Jimbalans. You see the younger generation continue an 180-year-old songline. Just for our mob makes my heart warm to see our Jarjums being able to be given that opportunity to learn that song and dance. What a beautiful thing it is to see our young people following our footsteps. So this next one here represents Mandalgam, the Death Adder snake. This snake is very patient. It can wait hours before feeding, in which it hides under long grass or tree logs and uses its little tail to act as a worm to trick its prey, or in our case could be younger Jarjum, younger child in the clan that may mistake it for a witchy to go up and try and pick it up. You see, Aboriginal dance is all about telling stories to the next generation about the country and the importance of our totems, our animals. So in this dance is to teach our young people, when they're travelling through the Yurong Pan, the sandy country, we have to look out for that little snake, that Mandalgam, that burrows themselves in the sand. Now the place just southwest from here, down in the Yugambeh countries, where I also descend from, and the Jimbalangs, the families that are dancing also come from, there's a place called Mandullan, and that township of Mandullan gets its name from this language word, Mandalgam, gives that town its name. So our history.
Exactly. So with that, Jennifer, why don't we start with the land acknowledgement, and we're going to go ahead and jump in the show. I'll roll the clip, and then you can do your thing.
Okay.
Take it away, Jennifer.
Okay, so we at Malcontent News are coming to you from Seattle, Washington, and we would like to acknowledge the Coast Salish peoples of this land, the land which touches the shared waters of all tribes and bands within the Puyallup, Muckleshoot, Duwamish, Suquamish, Tulalip, and Tulalip nations, and just, you know, really make sure that they know that we appreciate being able to live and work on this land.
Jennifer, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. It is important that we do that. You know, Jennifer, we said on Thursday we were hoping for a quiet news cycle. We had a quiet news cycle out of Washington, D.C., but we certainly did not have a quiet news cycle out of Puget Sound.
No, we did not. It's been really crazy over the weekend. And like Saturday night, our news thing was going off all night long. So yeah, definitely some stuff going on and stuff to talk about.
And with that, I think we're going to jump into it and start talking about it.
Okay.
So the first thing I want to start off with is there is the video. We have the video on our Twitter feed. We have that video on the Facebook page. We are not going to air that video tonight. It is extreme. It is a horrible video to watch. If you're for some reason going, wait a minute, what are you talking about in Tacoma? You can go to our Twitter. You can go to our Facebook page, and you can go ahead and look at that there. So what happened in Tacoma in like 30 seconds or less? There was what is called a sideshow. So you could think of it as, it's not street racing, but you could think of it as an exhibition of burnouts and doing donuts. And in car culture, particularly on the West Coast, this is something that is pretty common all up and down the West Coast. There was a street exhibition that was going on at 9th and Pacific in downtown Tacoma. Multiple calls came in for the police. Police started to arrive, potentially to make arrests or certainly to break up what was going on. A crowd of people moved around one of the police cruisers, and then disaster ensued. The officer revved their engine, drove at a significant high rate of speed through this group of pedestrians, two to the hospital, one with minor injuries. We'll get into that in a moment, and another with more serious injuries. Both are out of the hospital. The officer involved is suspended, and there's been a lot of fallout, Jennifer, in the last 72, it's not even 72 hours. It's 48 hours almost to the minute. It feels like a lot longer.
Yeah, it really does. And it's, gone national too, which I find particularly interesting. But this is somebody who's a 30-year veteran police officer. This isn't, a younger, inexperienced police officer. So I think there's a lot of really interesting and important questions that need to be asked about what happened and why he felt it necessary to take that action. Yeah,
the 58-year-old, he's been identified. His name is Khan Fan. I hope I'm getting his first name right, and I appreciate patient about it. It's Khanh. So I don't know if that's Ka or Khan. Almost 30 years on the force, and Jennifer up for retirement in just a few months.
Yeah, that's what I was reading the other day, and I don't know. I mean, some serious questions need to be answered about what happened. And there's been so much speculation, especially on social media, that it's really something that they need to come forward with what information that they have to kind of quiet some of that misinformation.
Yeah, there is. And it's funny, that's a good tee up. We talked today with Quinn Bell. Quinn Bell was an eyewitness to this incident that happened on Saturday with the Tacoma Police Department. And Jennifer, I'm going to go ahead and tee up that interview with Quinn. We're with Quinn Bell. Quinn was an eyewitness to the incident with the Tacoma Police Department where a group of pedestrians were struck at 9th and Pacific. Quinn, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Quinn, in your own words, can you tell us what you saw and observed on Saturday night?
I mean, so I was up on the second floor in a parking garage looking from kind of a bird's eye view away from everything. But I could see everything that's going on. And the cop pulled up, which is very common. I mean, we go from spot to spot all night. and every spot that gets blown up is blown up by a police officer pulling up, just like that one did. They pull up, people get in front of the cop, block him so that their friends or colleagues, whatever you want to call them, can get away without getting arrested. And we go to the next spot. This happens. I mean, it's been happening for decades. And so if you see my video, I'm recording and I go, yeah, blockers. Because, I mean, I've seen it happen 1,000 times, you know. And this time I watched this police officer just run over a group of people. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. It was insane. And when usually they only block until the racers are gone. They would have backed away within 45 more seconds. You know what I mean? I've seen it 1,000 times, man.
There's a lot of rumors about what happened on Saturday, and you were there as an eyewitness. And so one of the first rumors I want to talk about is that the people had gone around the car, broke out the rear window. That's why he couldn't back up and that's why he drove that way. Fox News and the Tacoma police reported very early Sunday morning that the window of the cruiser wasn't broken and that this was a totally different police cruiser that showed up with the broken back window.
Absolutely. I can actually send you my video. I have a video of the back of the car as it drives away, completely undamaged. The window is fine. The car that pulled up after, I mean, about easily, no exaggeration, 40 to 50 squad cars were there within 3 minutes. I've never seen a response like that in my life. But that's when those cars started pulling up. People started throwing things at those cars. I mean, they had just witnessed their friend get ran over, not ran over by the front and back wheel of this vehicle. I've never seen anything like that in person. You know what I mean? It's like, it's shocking when you see that in person. And like I said, if I wasn't in my bird's eye view, I would have been hitting the police cars too, man. I can't believe what I had just seen. I mean, it was rage.
Another rumor that's going out there is that there was a stabbing related to this and people were blocking the police cruiser so that they couldn't get to the stabbing. I'm just telling you what the rumors are, Quinn.
Hey, I believe it. I believe that that's a rumor, but I can personally guarantee that that did not happen. I mean, these are car people, you know car people. I mean, they might be younger and not the smartest car people, but they're car people. They're not violent people.
Quinn, another rumor that's out there is that people were laying down in front of the police cruiser to block it. From your vantage point, could you tell us what you saw?
Absolutely not. I mean, there was no Tiananmen Square moment on 9th and Pacific Avenue. I mean, no, these people are car people. They're not looking for trouble. They're just waiting for their friends to get away. It was more of a 3-minute. It's exciting. You know, you realize you have the power to block a police officer. I've never done it, but I'd imagine that must be pretty exciting, you know? And that's all that was, just screaming out of excitement. You've seen the video, they're laying on the car, you know, laughing, whatever. Nobody was laying down. And even if they were, still, they're just trying to block somebody from going. Why would that make it okay to run them over? If anything, that makes less sense. You know what I mean?
Quinn, I really appreciate you coming on and telling us what you saw on Saturday. And we will continue to monitor the story and see what happens and what the Tacoma Police Department decides to do with the officer involved in this incident.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for being an unbiased news reporter, man. We appreciate people like you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for that shout out, Quinn. Much appreciated. Jennifer, it was really great at the end of that interview to get that because you were watching the stream and we took shit from both sides yesterday. Yeah. Everybody was mad at us yesterday.
Yep. Pretty
Which I always say that means we're doing our job right.
Yeah. It's been like interesting, the comments and messages we've gotten over the past couple of days since this has happened. And I sent a message this morning. I was like, wow, these have gotten really intense. So it's definitely like a high friction incident and people are feeling all kinds of ways about it. But it's so useful to have an eyewitness account of what happened, especially to kind of maybe help quash some of the kind of theories people have about what happened.
Yeah, it was amazing to me. This is a terrible incident, so I'm not trying to minimize it, but it was about 11 o'clock West Coast time, and someone sent us a link going, hey, this is on Daily Mail in the UK, right? It's like, well, this now just became international news. The Tacoma Police Department created an international incident.
Yes. Yeah. It's insane how quickly it traveled. It was just all over the place. CNN. It was on like MSNBC. I was watching it on a news show the following morning. So there was so much kind of speculation about what happened and, kind of instant attachment to this as a story. And I think so much of that is largely the result of the way in which Seattle, in the Seattle area, Portland has been portrayed as this kind of like anarchist space on fire by the media for so long.
Yeah, Quinn actually was interviewed by the BBC the night of. So again, I'm not minimizing it. It's just with everything that's going on in the world.
Yeah.
I'm very fascinated that this story has taken on the life that it has.
No, and I think it's interesting too to think about the ways in which different kinds of stories have intensified now that we don't have a particular person in office and people are really looking for something that's not coming from his fingertips on Twitter that they can transform into a story. So other things that seem more interesting or anything at this point are just becoming instantly intensified.
Yeah, exactly. And this went from zero to political within 2 hours.
Yes.
Katie Davis Court, we have up in our story with her comment that it was deserved. Hey,
Yes.
Katie, if you were in the Capitol or close to the Capitol grounds and your cell phone was on, the FBI knows about you, Katie. I noticed you didn't respond to my reply there, Katie, on that one. Feeling a little nervous, Katie? You should.
Mm-hmm.
We have some more information, Jennifer, that comes. Tavon Williams is the second individual, the more seriously injured individual. Tavon gave an interview to Como, and in that he said, I quote, "I don't think it was an accident at all." He goes on to say, "I don't think it was malicious, but the officer probably got frustrated and made himself judge and jury."
That's a really powerful statement. I mean, really. We've only seen video. We're not there. We of course had somebody that was their first person account, but I just don't see in any context how that is warranted in any capacity. Yeah, so I just don't have. There's no way to really play devil's advocate here. I see a lot of people trying to do it on social media, but the fact of the matter remains a police officer literally ran through a crowd of protesters and ran his vehicle over someone.
Well, and let's remember, they weren't even protesters. They're just a crowd of people that, I mean, Quinn explained what their motivations were.
Yeah.
Tacoma at this moment is holding an emergency meeting of their police advisory board. So obviously, not only probably the incidents of Saturday night, but the incidents of Sunday night, we'll get into that later in the show, are probably hot topics in that meeting. If there's any news that comes out on that, we will try to share it tonight on Twitter and on our Facebook. If there's something really big that comes out, we'll put it up on Malcontent News. The other one is Matthew Harrington self-identified as the other on social as the other individual that was struck. And Matthew's actually basically taking the position that he deserved it. I'm paraphrasing very heavily, but he has kind of this attitude to it.
That's interesting. Any rationale behind why he believes he deserved it? I didn't see that.
I think the Mopar Blue Lives Matter motif sign that he has up where he lives might have something to play with it.
Okay, so
maybe
political ideology playing in there.
Yes. So we will continue to monitor this story. We are really committed to making sure that this is told in an accurate fashion. We did not release our story on the Malcontent News site until we could kind of get our hands around things. And I know that our fact checkers and our community manager could tell you, I spent hours today scouring, like I'm trying to get the real story because there's so many stories coming out around this. The other thing, Jennifer, I'll just close, which was kind of frustrating for me, is we had people from the political right, going, that window was broken out by them. And we're like, the Tacoma police had a press conference at 12:30 in the morning. It's on Fox freaking News that there's no damage to the cruiser, right? It's like, what do you want from us?
And what's particularly interesting is that started circulating really quickly after the story kind of gained traction. That was the kind of alter narrative that came out of that.
I get to hit the Chud button.
Chud. It's a
Yes,
cannibalistic
please.
humanoid underground dweller.
Hey, Chuds, those pictures that you've circulated around and misrepresented of the broken back window, yeah, they're from CNN. Look it up. I knew you would love that, Jennifer.
Man.
That was just for you. Oh, I missed. I get to do it again because it landed in a bad spot. It can't stay there. Let me try it again. I get a second try. All right, there we go. Get a do-over. I didn't call this out. We are going to do for a pause for the cause, but I didn't start with this. There's just so much going on tonight. Our moderators, our admins, our researchers, they all work for Hearts. There's only, we can't say nobody's paid around here anymore. It's sure not me and it's sure not Jennifer, but there is one person that we've actually got to pay for the first time. So we can't say nobody's paid anymore, but almost nobody is paid to do what they do here. We're paid in hearts. And so with that said, what you could do, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Twitter, if you're on Periscope, spam those hearts. Let people know that you appreciate the hard work that everybody does here, particularly our mods and admin team, so that Jennifer and I don't have to see the worst of the worst comments. The other thing is, if you haven't done it, like, share, follow, subscribe, share. Also, if you're on YouTube or if you're on Twitch and you're like, I can't spam hearts, you could just type something like, I love you mods, or I love Malcontent, or I love Jennifer, and big line of hearts or something like that. We love that stuff. And Jason, by the way, thank you for your thank you on our coverage on Tacoma. Jennifer, with that, we'll do a little pause for the cause, and we're going to go ahead and jump into the next story. Hi, Malcontents. I'm David, the Malcontent, and I'd like to talk to you for a moment about supporting independent media. When you support us, you help us bring the before, during, and after. You help us defend the First Amendment. You help us amplify BIPOC and LGBTQIA voices, and you help us hold leaderships at a local, state, and federal level accountable. None of this would be possible without support by viewers just like you.
That does not fulfill white supremacy. Why would they teach us about anti-black racism when they know if they acknowledge it, it actually will deteriorate the very foundation and system that they have worked so hard to create? They will never do it. And the public education system is trash. It is trash.
The public education system, and especially let's just talk about Seattle, it's based on neoliberalism. The whole ideology of the civil rights movement and MLK and blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
It's all based on neoliberalism.
But they never talk about MLK saying
River Collective in school. Nobody.
Yes, it's funny that they keep talking about MLK.
A bunch of black lesbians that were badass as hell, didn't have time for your crap.
No, but let's be real though. Let's be real. Even when we talk about Malcolm X, we talk about MLK. They never talk about the other things they said. They never talk about that in full circle. MLK said this out of his own mouth. The most dangerous thing to the civil rights movement, most dangerous person, is the white moderate, which in our current day you would call the liberal. Same thing. We are dealing with the same issues. They just changed the verbiage and terminology. That is the only difference.
And that was like right after the election. I was like, we were doing this march and stuff, and I gave a speech. And I was basically talking about how there's no platform for blatant racism without passive racism. So where it starts is white people thinking that they're not racist, thinking that they are woke, thinking that they saw this monument or that MLK Day exists and that's a holiday, or feeling in some way, shape, or form that basically they aren't racist. And once white people start to think that they aren't racist, then they start to think that any opinions that they have formulated are actually not as
natural.
Really.
Yeah. No, I feel that 1,000%. And that itself, it's like a great bubble of, not great for us, but it is a strong bubble of racism that continues to be spinning on this never-ending wheel because of these white moderates, white liberals, whatever you want to call them, even black liberals even, that don't think things are that bad.
Obama basically made everybody feel like we were in a post-racial America, and if we didn't have
America while he was bombing the hell out of Syria.
If people didn't feel like we were in a post-racial America, there would have been no room for people to feel like they didn't have to vote for Hillary over Trump. Like, let's just say that. People felt like they didn't have to fucking vote for Hillary, or that they didn't really have to actively take steps against racism because, boom, we have a black president. You have a black president that was raised solely by a white woman. You have a black president that is literally super light-skinned. You have a black president that is eloquent and cute and tall, and whatever framework that you want to fit him in, wherein it is acceptable.
Let's not forget about James Baldwin's essay, "I am not your Negro."
Right.
I am not your Negro. Guess what Obama was? He was that Negro. He was America's Negro, if you will.
Right.
And Michelle was their
I will
Negro.
always, love like what Obama in a lot of ways represented, but I think that we don't do ourselves any justice by not acknowledging the other.
No, he represented the first, just like my first encounter with losing my virginity, my first trash. Sorry. I said
now you
it's no different. The first is always trash. We're just happy that it happened, but it's not that big of a deal, honestly. Like, I'm just being fucking honest.
This is an educational platform.
And I have to use educational
Virginity doesn't
things.
exist. Virginity is a colonist ideology used to oppress women. Also, let's just say that.
Yes. Okay. Oh, thank you. Because I was just as educated, and I'm
also mutual aid books on being white and other lies. They also gave me this. Somebody says, "Hello."
Wait, can you show that again?
Oh, it's a little thing I got from mutual aid books. It's on being white and other lies. You could just look it up online. To be honest, probably.
No, I'm gonna write it in my notes because
on being white and other lies. Anyway, let me look at the comments. I'm getting really close to the camera. Is it too big a dream to want to decolonize the public education system or set up something different, similar to homeschool but for the masses? I don't think there's such thing as too big of a dream. I think that it will just take effort and it will take accountability. And I think that we're actually taking steps towards that right now. Everybody that's tuning in right now, everybody that tunes into Soul Type Child, everybody that tunes into, I don't know if you guys know, if you guys would like to follow Raven the Science Maven. This is another person that focuses on decolonizing science. It's a dark-skinned Black woman. She's a scientist. There's a lot of education on, the vaccine. What is the history of systematic racism? And why does that make it so that many Black people don't feel comfortable taking the vaccine? So, I can make a post that kind of, shouts out some.
Can I speak on the education thing? Because I am personally transitioning. Not right now, but I am making the plans to transition my own child out of the public education system because of I can't be an active member in this activism, and see the things that I see and know the things I know and continue to let my son experience those things. So what I will say to the beginning part is, you said the dream, is it too big of a dream to want to decolonize the public education system or set up something different, similar to homeschool, but for the masses? I want to say that it is not too big of a dream, but one, it will be too big of a dream if you're trying to do it for the masses. I need people to get familiar with the term autonomy, and people stop relying on their government to do things for them. When it comes to you having a child, that child is your responsibility. Stop putting that in other people. Stop putting that faith and that trust in other things that have already failed you. That is the personal journey I am on right now, and I am trying to do better. But with how my time is set up and my ADHD is set up, it's made it very difficult. But it is needed and it is necessary to educate ourselves as just individuals and parents or parents to be, and know that everything your child will need to know, they will see you doing it in your day-to-day. And as long as you make time to break it down and explain it to them in the way that they will absorb it, you will be fine. The only problem is we're still, I'm not going to even say you, but we are still looking in the parameters of this government. We're still looking at the parameters. I've even done the research and looked into what it would take for me to homeschool my child. He just has to pass certain tests, apparently.
It also takes an insane amount of privilege. Yes, right now.
Well, the tests are standardized, low key, and they're racist.
Yeah,
and they are very, very racist and prejudiced.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a privilege to be able to homeschool your child. And right now, because like, you know, of COVID and everything, it's one thing, but
yo, we basically got to do it. I'm gonna be real.
like, we're going to have to decolonize our children. And it's just not fair. It's really just not fair.
It's not fair, but compared to the alternative of like my experience in the education system and how my parents were so busy working 2 jobs each that my older sister had to raise us, I will take the alternative over it being fair, because my life has never been fair, unfortunately, as a Black femme individual. It has not been fair. And if it's the one choice I get to make, the one choice, the one time I get to give consent, right? I will take it. And it sucks because I'm going to be real. It's probably going to retract my my presence in physical actions and direct actions, but that is a risk I'm willing to take. I also want to say, when that happens, nobody in this protest community better talk to me about how much I'm not on the ground, because I've been seeing and hearing people say that to so type child, and I'm not here for that.
Listen, decolonizing your child is direct action. I am so sick of people acting like you better be smashing some damn window or marching out in 20-degree weather to have an impact in this movement. I'm over it. Like, stop.
Yes. And what does it promote? When you start teaching your child to learn through experience, through life, what they start recognizing and realizing, because my parents were absent because they had to work so much to support the household, I had to learn on my own. I had to put things together on my own. It actually challenged me. And not everyone is that able. Yes, of course. But that is the part that comes into play when you actually start paying attention to your child and recognizing their needs. And not just your child, but even yourself. And understanding why it is so easy for individuals to sit and be complacent in this society, in this capitalistic system, in this patriarchy. It's not okay. It's not healthy. And I get it. But if COVID and these quarantines have taught us anything, it has shown us that the government does not come through unless you got the paper. They do not come through.
Well, okay. And the other thing too is that, yeah, somebody is saying homeschool is a great way to fight systemic issues. And I'm going to counter that. First of all, before I even get into that, a lot of Black people are essential workers. It is very uncommon for Black people to be able to homeschool their child. 1. 2, I think part of fighting systemic issues is exposure. If your child is sheltered in your apartment with only you, how are they getting exposure? How are they going to truly understand their own oppression and the oppression of others if they're not exposing that? If they are not in those environments? So instead of seeing homeschooling as an option, let's start to hold the Regents Board accountable for having curriculum on anti-racism. Let's start to hold public schools accountable. Let's have that be our next rally. Instead of health equity now, education equity now. I mean, it's all intertwined, right? So let's
Can I say this? You are so right in that regard, because I've been only talking about how mad I am and the transition I'm making to homeschool, to educate my child through life, through the real. But honestly, the fact that I have not worked since I lost my job because of COVID and quarantine.
Well, it works, but not in the way that's celebrated by capitalist society. But continue.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, you're right. Yes, I haven't had a physical acknowledged job since April, because it shut down early because of the clientele that we had were elderly. So it shut down a lot sooner than quarantines were actually happening. Now, what I've noticed and realized while my son's been going to school and his school has been online, is that literally for the first 2 months, he hasn't learned a damn thing through his class that had been transferred onto Zoom and Seesaw and whatever. I literally have to physically be there to help him and do the things because the transition was so quick and so brief that there was no room to show them. And what I noticed is I started sneaking up on his classes, and I noticed that his teachers didn't really care. They didn't really care. And it wasn't until I got on their asses about what was needed that they started putting more time in. And even then, they cannot physically be here. They cannot physically do anything. And my son is completely disinterested in all of it because the one thing he liked and he looked forward to when going to school physically was that he was going to see his friends, he was going to see other kids, and he was going to have, you know, breaks, recess, and see other kids doing the things that he was doing, writing things down, reading, drawing, coloring, all these things. And as soon as that human interaction was taken away, it made it so the parents at home had to do 40% of what the teachers do. No pay, and lost my job. How many other parents? How many other? Because the only people that were still involved or still made a priority to get health, or not healthcare, but childcare, were only essential workers in the medical field, nurses, doctors, and stuff like that. But anybody else that had a job, they did not get that luxury. There was no childcare. So on top of losing the jobs or the hours being cut down, you now have to take on more work with this public education system that's already trash and do the teacher's job that has a salary, has benefits, has all these things, and nothing except for EBT. And also, I want to bring it back to this point. Do you know that they sat there and they sent an email out saying, oh, yeah, we're going to be serving free lunch if you guys want to pick it up while this quarantine was happening? Mind you, they literally, my son accidentally got food from school twice because he likes to eat a lot. I ain't mad at it. He did that. He put in a pin and they helped him, whatever. I was making him lunches, you know, but he was still hungry. And I didn't know that for 2 days because he didn't tell me. And so he got school lunch. They charged me. And then actually every day I didn't pay it, I got a fee. But then as soon as quarantine happened, they made it free and accessible for parents to come get food for their kids during quarantine. So what I'm hearing and seeing is that they had it available. They could do it. And it wasn't until quarantine that all kids eating, all kids having lunch mattered because they don't have to deal with them throughout the day.
Dude, and also, like, I mean, who even has to be able to go and pick that up? Who even has, you know, the access to school and stuff? And like, I also want to bring to attention another thing, right? We can criticize teachers, we can criticize the schooling system, but why is it that the teachers are not trained in this stuff? Because there's a lack of funding going towards education. All of the funding is going towards the police department. Teachers are struggling to make ends meet. Teachers are struggling to be able to provide basic education to students, let alone be able to provide in-depth analyses of race and sexism and transphobia. So what it's going to start with is funding the police department and allocating that money into Black schools and into the education system. And once we start there, then we can actually spend more money to have our teachers be educated in these things and also have more time put into restructuring all of the curriculums in order to take into account systemic racism, systemic oppression, because that is fundamental to our children's.
Yeah, it totally is.
it's so sad, but the way that our country is structured is that none of these things are going to happen unless we restructure how money is spent. And
no, totally. And I want to clarify that when I was speaking about my personal experience with my son's school and his teacher, I'm not mad at his teacher. She is a parent. She has 2 kids that she doesn't even have time to teach because of all this new online things happening. Mm-hmm. My point being is that the money is there, but the money continues to stay where the state feels it is necessary, which fuels fascism and force, excessive force, and keeping people in line. But what I understand, and I think you do as well, Ashley, is that if you actually redistribute this money to the proper places so that Black children like my son have the great and beautiful, amazing education that they can get at a very young age, and so that their parents don't have to be overworking so they can raise their kids, then these kids wouldn't end up in the criminal justice system. It is a school to prison pipeline for that exact reason.
You better say that. You better say that. And
say it again.
In the comments, somebody is saying, even in person, I've learned more from this community than I have in my entire public education. And I think that that's something that I really just want to touch on briefly for a second. For Black organizers, not the ones out here chasing clout, not the ones that are letting all the Black femmes do all the work for them, but genuinely for the Black organizers that have been out here, whether I like your ass or not, for the Black feminizers that have oh my God, for the Black organizers, not feminizers, oh my God, for the Black organizers that have been, listen, for the Black organizers that have been out here and doing stuff, I do appreciate you, because yes, we learn more from each other and we learn more from this experience than we ever would in school. And, you know, a lot of times it's really painful. And I've learned a lot of things from people in this movement. And even though I've been really hurt by a lot of people in this movement, I still have learned so many valuable things. So I would like to say thank you for everybody that shows up. And you want to know what? I would like to say that, you know, even a lot of the non-Black people that move in this movement in ways that have been harmful for me or ways that have been helpful, I have also learned a lot from you. And so... Who?
You said from the community?
Yes, I'm saying that, like, I am continuing to learn things from all of y'all that I've not learned from school. Whether you are Black, whether we're friend, whether we are foe, whether I see you often or whether I don't. It's so important for students to apply and use what we learn in our classes and try to disrupt our colonized education. I mean, I really just want to touch on something real quick. I'm completely against the idea of grades. I'm completely... I am completely against grades, because grades basically dehumanize children and make them think that their worth is based on a number, and deciding what number they get.
Can I tell you what my son's teacher, just real quick to give an example, and then I want you to continue on this because this shit hits really heavy. The conference call I had with my son's teacher last week, she asked me a question, and she said, do you think that your child is operating in the same at the same level as kids his age or kids like him, is what she said. And I told her, honestly, that I couldn't answer the question. I was just like, well, most of the kids in your class have 2 parents. His father's dead. Most of the kids in your class are not Black. So I cannot answer that question. And when you are grading him, I would really like if you consider that. But also, I don't really care what you grade my son on right now, because this whole change, how dare you guys grade children, especially with this COVID shit and quarantine and the switch up.
Well, I mean, it's also like, what do you mean kids his level? What do you mean kids like him? I mean, and that's something that I feel like I've really learned through teaching.
Oh, she said kids his age, but you know.
But what does that mean?
Exactly.
You're saying that at a certain age, you need to be at a certain level. What does that mean? We know what that really means.
But who made that standard?
Even the establishment of grades is terribly ableist. I mean, so it's a whole...
But who established that, though? I guarantee it was a white person. I'm gonna sip this wine.
But yeah, no, guys, honestly, there's just so much to unpack here. There's so many things that need to be decolonized, not just science, decolonize therapy, decolonize psychology, decolonize education, decolonize sex education, decolonize sexuality, decolonize a lot of our ideas about different STDs, about a lot of different diseases, decolonize, you know, how we think of, I remember something that I always was really concerned about was the conversation of developed countries and underdeveloped countries. Like, what's that about? Like, that's weird. Think about that. Decolonize that notion. You know, and reframe things and start to think about based on of resources rather than a little baby. Hi, baby.
Photo bomb. Oh, I actually take care of my child, so here they are.
Celebrity guest.
All right, yeah, you can go.
Very cute. Yeah.
It's almost bedtime also.
But anyway, I'm going to basically say that we are going to be ending this live at 9 p.m. Now, Nate and I, we be talking a lot, and I'm honestly getting the impression that a lot of you guys are like either enjoying or being enlightened by whatever we are saying. And so we can make this a weekly series. We can have different topics every week. We can have different speakers because, you know, it's cold outside Martin. But what I will say, I mean, we could keep it up till 9:30, but what I'm saying is I want to at least have the next 15 minutes be you guys submitting questions to us, whether it is about our personal experiences, whether it is about some of our goals for the future, whether it's about decolonizing science, whether it's about Nate's awesome rally the other day. I don't know if you saw it, was on identity politics.
Yes, the funeral for identity politics. But hey, don't you dare deflect from your amazing ass rally that you had. Come on, that was the most emotional, the most impactful. That was the most, I didn't even know that I was dealing with that until that moment.
I don't know if everybody here knows what you're talking about. So
so when you had the decolonizing science health equity rally, and you were talking about Dr. Danielson and the Children's Hospital fucking majorly, that was an amazing, and I really encourage everybody to go watch the recordings of that day, which it was it 2 Saturdays ago or 3?
I honestly, I have the recording. If y'all DM me and want to see it, I'll send it to you.
I really encourage people to watch that because a lot of the people who touched the mic that day did not, and I'm speaking for myself, but what I also saw, we didn't realize how deep this stuff goes and that our experiences with doctors were like traumatizing experiences that we had low-key kind of we kind of repressed in a way. I had not talked about the birth of my son literally ever. He's 7. I've never talked about it until that day, and you made space for that, and that is why I will always support you, and I love you, and I will always have your back because you make so much space. You make so much space, and you are really about this movement. And I remember the first encounter I had with you one-on-one, which was at the Uncle Ike's March. I don't want to throw names, but at the same time,
let's do it. Actually, I would like to talk about that because part of Supporting Black feminism is also not like giving space or excuse to Black men that behave in bad ways. And I really want to take this moment to state that payday has caused me an extreme amount of harm in this movement. And that, do you notice how I've literally never talked about that publicly? And that part
you've been doing him a favor. Yeah.
Because that is because, and there are a lot of people that I need to open up to about that, but I have been systematically oppressed into not speaking about that openly. And there are a million things to talk about. I have no interest in giving a person like that a ton of space or energy, but this was a major connection that Nate and I had. And this connection was at the Uncle Ike's rally that Engage did, the first one, that, by the way, the entire team didn't want to do, and I basically almost left the team because they didn't want to support my idea. And then basically when I threatened to leave and not do any of the work anymore, all of a sudden everybody was like, oh, okay, we'll do it. Which was
fun. Oh, we got to work? Oh, no.
Oh, no. And so basically what ended up happening was, the rally had occurred. And at the rally, I heard this individual basically state while we were marching, this was at the same time as everything was going down in Lebanon. Don't worry about Lebanon. Don't worry about human trafficking. But we got to worry about Black Lives Matter first. First of all, people can care about a bunch of different issues. They don't have to only care about Black Lives Matter. And as we said, the liberation of Black people, relates to the liberation of all people. And second of all, Black women are disproportionately impacted by human trafficking. So I was bothered by that. But you know what? At that time, we're given a lot of space for there was a lot of people on my team that would not allow me to call out this person. So this person had an insane amount of space to propagate their agenda. But anyway, this is the whole thing where it comes to me and Nate. We were done with the rally and people are giving closing statements. And I remember that Nate had asked to speak. And so I finished up my speech and I go to give the mic to Nate, and Payday cuts in and tries to take the mic away from them. And I said, no. And basically Nate basically was like, oh, no, it's fine. And I was like, no, it's not fine. This person's about to speak. This is a Black femme that's about to speak. What are you doing? And he turned to me and said, but is she engaged? One, misgendering. Two, homie was a part of Engage even before I was a part of Engage. So again, I don't say all this.
He was invited into Engage at the same time as me.
I don't say all of this to throw people under the bus, but I need you to recognize that at this moment, this person had already received a platform to say a million trillion messed up things and do whatever they wanted and censor themselves. And I gave this one moment at the end of the rally, basically for Nate to speak. Nate, this was a rally that was taking place in the CD that was about gentrification. Okay. And I wanted Nate to have the space to speak. And I didn't even know Nate like that.
We did not know each other.
This is part of what Black Femme Solidarity is. This is part of what Black feminism is in that moment, dismantling the patriarchy and giving the mic to somebody else. And if you're not doing it, we need to talk. And if you need ideas for how to do it, you need to reflect within yourself, because there are so many different ways in which you can pass the mic to Black femmes that you're not realizing, whether it is at work, whether it is defending Black children on the schoolyard or playground, I don't care. There are so many ways that we need to pass the mic to the most oppressed people in the country.
I'm never going to forget that moment in this movement. That was the one. What? You said what?
You give me too much credit. It wasn't that big.
No. Time out. I'm not giving you too much credit. I'm giving credit where it's due, where it's owed, because I won't forget that moment. Because outside of Soul Type Child, you are the only other person who has done something like that without knowing me and me having to explain myself or prove myself, right? So that is a situation where Massage Noir didn't win. Massage Noir wasn't perpetrated or perpetuated.
He was mad at me. He was so mad at me.
He was mad at you because he's a piece of shit.
Ooh,
And I will say
that.
this.
Not say
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm so sorry because, yeah, you're right. What I will say is this. That is harbored stuff because there's things you don't know, but I have made so much space with Payday. In fact, when he started leading marches, I was right there by his side. We were working
I know.
together.
Listen, one thing though that I'm gonna say, we're not gonna spend time on this live bringing attention to.
Oh no! I'm not. It pertains to our what we started on, misogynoir.
Yeah.
It does, and patriarchy.
There are a lot
because I made a lot of space for this individual, and the reason I bring this up is not to target this individual, but to call forward all the folks that ignored, because I didn't find out until a later date. You know, I'm just minding my business, doing my thing, right? And I hadn't found out until a later time that this individual was actually keeping me from spaces, but in my face, we were cool. I thought we were cool. I had no idea, you know? And then I found out at a later date that this individual was actually keeping me from access, keeping me from spaces. And the reason I bring this up is because that's also a part of misogynoir, is when, and gaslighting, really. Because even when I heard it, I didn't believe that that person was doing it. In fact, I defended them. I did. Yeah, and then I heard it.
That this is a great way to segue, because I actually remember I wanted to have part of this talk about what does gaslighting of Black women often look like, and what does misogyny often look like, and what might it look like in these spaces. So again, we need to get out of this habit of thinking that you need to explicitly state, I hate all Black women. We need to start to, so people in the comments are encouraged. Any examples of oppression that you actively have seen in this movement that have gone unacknowledged, please talk about them now. Share them now, because then because that's what accountability looks like.
Can I talk about where gaslighting came from? The phrase?
Yeah, do it.
I actually posted it on my IG. It's derived from the title of a 1938 British stage play. Gaslight is what it was called, which was produced as a film. Gaslight in the UK, 1940, and the US, 1944. Those dramas vividly, if somewhat simplistically, depicted some of the basis elements of the technique gaslighting, or gaslight. These may include attempting to convince the victim of the truth of something intuitively bizarre or outrageous by forcefully insisting on it, or by marshaling superficial evidence, flatly denying that one has said or done something that one has obviously said or done, dismissing the victim's contrary perceptions of feelings, or invalidating or pathological lying, questioning the knowledge and impugning the motives of persons who contradict the viewpoint of the gaslighter, gradually isolating the victims from the independent sources of information and validation, including other people, and manipulation, the physical environment, to encourage the victim to doubt the veracity of their memories or perception and reality. Now, in the play, where the term came from 1948, in the play and films, for example, a deceitful husband drives his wife to near insanity by convincing her that she is kleptomaniac and that she has only imagined the sounds in the attic and dimming of the gas lights in their house, which were actually the result of his searching for her aunt's missing jewels. The literal term of gaslighting was because of this toxic ass husband was dimming the lights, the gas lights, and creeping in the attic, and his wife heard this shit and saw it, and he was like, no, honey, it's in your head. You're tripping. I don't know what he's talking about. That's literally where the term gaslighting comes from, because the husband literally turned down the gas lights and acted like they didn't do such. which plays into misogyny.
Okay, so everybody in the comments, this is your job. Write an example of a time that you've been gaslit, whatever. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. I did not know that context, to be honest. Something told me that it had to literally do with like a light.
You was right.
Something told me it was a real visual there. I'll tell you.
You know when you're in somebody's house and they didn't pay the bill for the light bill, and they're like, are you like, why are your lights flickering? And they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about almost the same thing. It's like the hood version, if you will. For those who don't understand, I make it very repetitive.
Experience of a time that you've been gaslit before I read the comments?
Oh, I don't want to name names, and I won't, but I will say a personal experience I've had is when I had a conversation with an individual and about something that pertained to my child and items to that. And this individual made a phone call to another individual who had this item. And I saw them make the call. I heard them speaking. And then the next day I saw the person they were talking to on the phone. So I reiterated so I could make sure that I spoke to them in person. And so I knew that I talked to that person and I talked to this person in person. I like to do things in person. And then a week or two later, people were telling me, and they were also not admitting that conversation happened. That is my current experience to date of gaslighting. Somebody telling me something that happened in front of my eyes, and I made sure to, take the precautions or whatever, and them telling me to my face it didn't happen. So that was my experience, and it's happened a lot. So I wasn't mad immediately.
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah.
My experience with gaslighting that has been so incredibly hurtful for me was having somebody who I really thought was my friend admit to having non-consensual sexual encounters with another person. And I understood that it was a conversation that we had, but then over the course of months, I saw that they were having repeated non-consensual interaction with the person and not understanding boundaries. And then eventually it got to a point where I brought this to their attention again, and I was gaslit, accused of trying to start arguments, trying to lie. As a Black woman, racism and rape culture are two things that have really made my life extremely, extremely difficult. So I have to say, genuinely, nothing that anybody has done to me to this day, I can say, is as painful as being told that my acknowledgement of rape culture came from some sort of selfish goal or some sort of self-gain, or trying to get people on my side, or trying to manipulate people. And it's really hurtful because I don't want any Black person demonized. I don't want anybody canceled. And I think that if we can't bring up rape culture within ourselves and rape culture within our friend groups, what is the point? What is the point of the movement? What is the point? And it's been a very stressful time for me this past month. And I'm really not going to like cry again about it, but like the gaslighting is,
okay if you do.
I have literal evidence of the person texting me admitting to it, and of the victim admitting to it. Acknowledgement that this has been something that systemically has occurred over the past few years. And so going to people I thought were close friends to really confront and kind of just discuss a bit of pathological lying and non-consensual rapey behavior that was occurring, I basically I lost a lot of friends that I had had for years. That, it's one thing to lose the friends, but it's another thing for there to be no conversation, no acknowledgement. And I found myself becoming punished more for confronting the non-consensual behavior than than the actual person that perpetrated the non-consensual behavior. And I think that it's really important for us to acknowledge that we're all a part of this, and that in confronting the behaviors, nobody's trying to cancel anybody, and nobody is trying to demonize anybody. But that was a time that I was gaslit and continue to be gaslit, and I continue to pay for choosing to bring attention to that. And I guess, you know, it is really hard, because it's like, well, then what is the alternative for me to not say anything? And for me to not say anything would also give space for it to occur again. So it's a pretty difficult thing for me. And
it's hard all around, Ashley, and that's why I made that call out to the community earlier, because this is not just our work to do. This is not just for us to handle. It is not fair. It hasn't only been perpetuated by us. So why are we the only ones dealing with the repercussions, to the point so much so that we feel so alone? That's not fair either. Yo, my mental health matters, and so does yours.
No, well, apparently only the mental health of the oppressor matters. I want to read this one more time. I read this before. I'm just going to read it again. The psychological toll of being a Black woman and the difficulties this presents in reaching political consciousness and doing political work can never be underestimated. There is a very low value placed upon Black women's psyches in this society, which is both racist and sexist. As an early group member once said, we are all damaged people merely by virtue of being Black women. We are all dispossessed psychologically and on every other level, and yet we feel the necessity to struggle and change the condition of all Black women. In a Black feminist search for sisterhood, Michelle Wallace arrives at this conclusion. We exist as women who are Black, who are feminists, each stranded for the moment, working independently, because there is not yet an environment in this society remotely congenial to our struggle, because being on the bottom, we would have to do what no one else has done. We would have to fight the world. And before I go and read the comments of other people who have experienced, I would really like to draw attention to the fact that as Black femmes, like, we genuinely do feel like we are against the world. And I totally acknowledge that I'm light-skinned, and because of that, there are a plethora of privileges that I receive. So I'm not trying to distract from that. But I am trying to bring to attention that for a lot of the non-Black people, or maybe even Black people who are watching this who are not Black women, that we are hurting in ways that, like, you truly cannot imagine. And that, you know, a lot of people, even other Black folks, like, have said to me before, I don't know how you do it. Like, you go out there and you give speeches, you do all, I don't know how you have the energy. Wow, you're a superhero. No, my life depends on it. My livelihood depends on it. You think I want to do this? You think I want to be out here? No, I mean, in a lot of ways, I do really enjoy interacting with people, and I do enjoy educating people, but, like, I don't want to have to sit here and beg for basic human rights. But I understand that if I don't do it, it will become a movement dominated by Black men who have no sensitivity for individuals who are not either directly pleasing them and profiting them, or individuals who they cannot directly relate to. What is going to happen to the civil rights movement if Black women step down? Nothing good. Okay?
I mean, you're right. You're right. And that's why when I see these things, it hurts, yo. It hurts. Because after I'm gone and I'm not here, what is my... I know I'm doing the work right now. I hope I am. That my son will be able to not be, full of misogyny. I know it'll be unavoidable because he lives in America. There will be things that I cannot avoid. But he's 7 years old, and he just experienced, as soon as I walked away, he experienced racial profiling over the weekend while I was trying to get items for the drive. These things are unavoidable. And honestly, this quarantine, like you said, it enables us, keeping us in this little box that is our home. And then as we're cool, we're comfortable in that moment. But as soon as we go back into reality, as soon as things open up, ain't shit changed. Nothing changed. And for that, it's very disappointing, because in this time, I would hope that people would spend the time studying, reading, educating themselves. Because if they don't, then as soon as we step out, that reality is exactly the same. And that reality isn't respected. It isn't respected until they see us crying, or see us shot by police, or see us beaten by police. It's not respected until we're gone. And I don't want to live. I don't want to live to die. I want to live to thrive. I want to live to live. I want to know my grandchildren. I do. Don't get it twisted. I might be out here moving like I'm fearless, and I am. But I also understand the repercussions of that.
Option of having fear. Oh my God, drool just came out of my mouth.
I didn't see that.
The option of having fear. You don't have the option of being afraid. I think that that's what a lot of people don't realize.
Well, no,
that's
this is a quote I've been saying to myself, and I think it's probably toxic masculinity too. The danger, the fear isn't real, but the danger is.
Yeah.
The fear is not real, but the danger has always been real. I don't
have the privilege of being afraid. I don't have the privilege. And I notice a lot of the Black folks that like I see that like have the privilege of like saying that they don't have the emotional energy to do anything, or that like they don't like they don't have the capacity. Like I notice that these are Black folks that spend no time around other Black folks. And yeah, sure. Like if you get to like go back into like your white utopia and like forget your Blackness, of course you don't have time, you don't have the emotional energy. But at the end of the day, we don't really have an option, unfortunately, because nobody will add Black people except for Black people. And unfortunately, we also often not trust non-Black people to advocate for us in ways that are respectful. So anyway, I'm going to now move on to reading the comments of people that have been gaslit.
Yes.
Let's see. Somebody is saying, Black people use my friend as a token because she is Black with 2 white moms. Black girls are so loud, but she's not like that. So quick unpack.
Excuse me? Go ahead.
Yeah. I think I would say a quick unpacking of that would be the whole like, well, you're Black, but you're like not like that bad. Like you're Black, but you're not like Black, and I just feel like my childhood and upbringing was very much like that, where it was like, oh, like Ashley, you're Black, but you're not like, you're not problematic. And what they didn't know was that all that was brewing, all that confidence was just brewing over years. All of that anger was brewing over years.
So listening.
To the point and get to the place where I could speak the way that I speak now. But what they didn't understand was they thought that I fit into their structure. So yes, that's gaslighting. Somebody else says, I myself, as someone who has organized more than 40 events in Olympia, have been failing to platform Black women and Black trans allies in the movement. I agree 100% that not platforming Black femmes is misogynistic. Thank you. So that's a way in which you didn't realize that you were gaslighting other people. I like when people can actually admit their own wrongs. Thank you. Somebody else says, you're pushing people further from the cause. You're being divisive. You're being too passive aggressive. It is hard, because it's like, you are direct and then you're too aggressive, and then you're like more gentle about it, and then you're fake and you're being passive aggressive.
Well, that's actually a thing that I've heard a lot since the beginning of me being involved with the George Floyd uprising. And in the beginning, because in the beginning it's so easy, right? You don't have that much resistance, so you still have so much energy to combat that. But my thing is like the same way that people play to identity politics and saying, oh, well, I'm this, I'm that, so that's not true. No, prove me wrong. And how I would prove people wrong is like, no, I am about myself, but I'm also about my people. Isn't there a happy medium where I can do both?
Yeah.
And if you are hurt or not understanding why I'm saying what I'm saying, ask for clarification, but don't tell me what I am. Don't title me. Don't put me in a box. Please don't do that, because that's white supremacy too.
Yeah, I mean, all boxes and all labels are white supremacy. Many cultures functioned centuries or thousands of years without boxes and labels like that, and without like traditional like gender roles and even labels. Okay, so somebody else is saying, I'm not being abusive. You just need to calm down. I'm gonna say two sides of this. I definitely think that a lot of abusers will say this. They will try to dilute what your feelings and opinions are so that they can continue their narrative. But I'm also going to say something else that's going to come across as controversial. I think a lot of people, especially a lot of non-Black people, are very, very quick to label Black folks in this movement as abusers. And I think that while the term abusers can be extremely broad, understand the weight of labeling people as abusers, and we need to understand that just because you don't like somebody or you got into an argument with them or they said something that you don't like, it's not grounds to call somebody an abuser. So I see both sides of it, in that, like, at the same time, if you don't call out abuse, it will continue. Abusers will make excuses for themselves. But I think at the same time, like, just like when I was talking about the situation, somebody that did not understand consent, you can say somebody doesn't understand consent. You can say somebody is being abusive. You can say somebody doesn't know how to communicate. But don't label people as abusers or rapists, or label people as
well, just understand the terms you're using before you use them.
You have to label people. But I just want to clarify that we just have to be a bit more careful, just a bit more careful, because what I need you guys to also understand in this climb to liberation is that Black people have systematically been misinformed, disenfranchised, and forced into illiteracy in certain fields that like I don't think you guys understand that, like, with
denied access.
We don't have a lot of these conversations about a lot of these topics. And while these topics are really important to have in our steps towards equity, we also need to have some sensitivity for the fact that Black folks don't really have the privilege of, or not even just privilege, but don't even really have the exposure. Some of the things that you are
access,
like, they just don't have the exposure and access to education about. So that's all that I'm trying to say. I'm not, and I know a million people are going to say, oh my God, you're giving space for abusers and you're saying that we shouldn't call people rapists. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that when we speak about Black people, because there is the historical disenfranchisement and historical
Grace saying in the comments,
historical criminalization of Black people, I need y'all to spend a few 30 seconds, 2 minutes to think about what it means when you label a Black person as an abuser, rather than saying your actions are abusive because I'm just saying, just think about it for a second. And there will come a point when accountability does not occur long enough that I feel like it is appropriate for you to label them as that. But all that I am saying is, like, we just have to have more sensitivity towards each other and towards Black people, because we do not have the privilege of oftentimes having space and time to think about these issues that, by the way, are really important, which is why we're trying to, like, educate folks. Okay, so I just need everybody to understand, like, there is a lot of harm in calling somebody an abuser. Okay, so let's just try and also acknowledge that by calling each other names, we're really not getting anywhere. It's the behaviors that need to be changed. And if over a repeated period of time, those behaviors do not change, then maybe it's productive to label people. But at the end of the day, I genuinely don't know about that.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
I want to say that first, people should understand what they're saying before they say it. Really understand the meanings of words.
It's hard.
Period. It's hard, but I think that it's important to do.
Nothing worth it is easy. Nothing worth it is easy.
No, exactly. Nothing that comes easy is worth it. You know, I just said what you said in reverse. But what I mean is, know what you're saying. One, understand the meanings before you title anybody.
Understand.
Yes. Soul Type Child did do a live on semantics of language centered around abuse. Totally. And I encourage people to watch that. But also, what I'm saying too is we are not here to minimize anyone's experience. We are not trying to take away from anyone's experiences. But at the same time, when we talk about abolition of police and prisons, we need to actually start having these conversations, because I actually had a very close friend of mine that I was coming to protest with in the beginning that said something really ignorant to me about, well, what are we going to do if we abolish prisons? What are we going to do with the serial killers and the da-da-da-da-da-da, and all these things, all these people that are technically in solitary confinement if they're Black? And my answer to them was, do you think that those people and they would exist in the crimes that they have done if our system actually worked and our society wasn't trash? And our society and system and patriarchy didn't put the minority into a box where they essentially have to fend for themselves and figure it out. You know, so that's a whole nother conversation, but I want people to understand that, like, please start understanding what an abuser actually looks like, and understand also that there are levels to abuse. All abuse isn't the same. Okay.
Right. And I mean, also, like, we also need to understand that there's nothing productive actually about like labeling somebody as an abuser. It's actually bringing to people's attention like the patterns and actions. Like, labels actually don't get us anywhere. At the same time, I'm not trying to create any space for like Raz Simone apologists or any of that bullshit. I'm really trying to do that. But you know, all that I'm trying to say is that there are people that I support who have been a part of Morning March and Black Action Coalition and EDM. And I just think that before we label and continue to disenfranchise Black people by saying that people that we don't agree with are abusers, we just need to reevaluate a little bit. So I'm going to read more. My grandmother told me that I don't love her because I love someone with a different skin color. When I told my mom, she refused to believe what I said despite reading the text. So gaslighting is often ignoring actual factual evidence that is in front of you and trying to reframe it. Catman is saying, you're overreacting about how I have been. I think you have something and need to see a therapist. Yeah, so this is yet like another like thing that's super complicated and difficult, right? Because there comes the point where it can be very dismissive to tell people like you're overreacting or you need to see a therapist. But then there also comes a point where part of emotional abuse is basically expecting Black femmes to harbor all of this energy for you and basically work through your mental health for you. And so it is hard. I think that as like Black folks, we all need therapists. We all deserve therapists. We all deserve psychiatrists. We need to have open conversations about our mental health. But I think that that also needs to be facilitated by compassion from the community.
It does. You're totally right. Compassion from the community and compassion from therapists as well. You know, I have been lucky, blessed in that regard, where the few folks that deal with therapy and have hooked me up, you know, they've listened to me and made time for me. They don't happen to be Black, you know, but I never for once felt like I was getting backlash from them. And so that's another thing too, is if we're going to actually do this thing, we have to understand that the patriarchy and white supremacy hasn't allowed space for a lot of Black doctors and a lot of Black therapists. So there's going to be a point where we have to actually engage and really suss out, if you will, by what they say and how they treat us and how they validate or invalidate us, who's really here to make people better, to heal people and help them in that regard. That's very important too. That's an actual personal struggle I've been dealing with in the last month and a half. And it's been super helpful, you know, in me healing myself with the PTSD that I've experienced my whole life, but also in the very condensed PTSD I've been dealing with in the last 8 months. It's really important, and I really encourage it for anybody that was that has been involved in this protests for Black lives since May and prior to that. I think it is really important and really healthy that we have people to talk to. A really close friend of mine painted a really good picture for me. I'm going to keep it really short. He referred to soldiers that had just went to Iraq and did a tour for 6 months. Half of the soldiers went on a ship, and on this ship, it took about 3 months for them to get home. The other soldiers took a plane, and this plane took 2 days. The soldiers that took the ship and were able to sit with each other and speak to each other, none of them committed suicide. But the ones that were on the plane had a tremendous amount of mental health issues, PTSD, that they weren't able to confront or deal with because they had went from a war zone and then 2 days home. And it was just really bad. And so with this story that I bring up to you, it says a lot that when you go through experiences with people or just having people that you trust to be able to talk to and decompress and just like break it down, not, judgment free. Those soldiers on that ship ended up living better lives and living just in general than the ones that were home in 2 days on the plane.
Yeah,
and that's
that
massively saying something.
I feel like, yeah, that's such a metaphor for the fact that like you might struggle and it might take time and you might have to communicate with people, but at the end of the day, like you have so much growth because of it. And you would assume that the people that it took 2 days to get home would be so much better off, but the people that actually had to spend time around others and reflect and really like confront their trauma ended up better off. So I think that that's a really good analogy for what we need to do in the movement, what we need to do with ourselves. And I'm going to read one more gaslighting thing. Somebody says, I am your best ally. You don't know how transphobic people are behind your back. I think that this is really real. People cannot call themselves an ally. I'm sick of it. I actually saw this little white girl to be around my team in the beginning. This guy on the just like walk around with this shirt and it said ally, 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 just up and down. White girl. You are not, there's no such thing as an ally. There's really not. And if there is such thing, you need to be told that you're an ally. You don't get to be a self-appointed ally. This is something that we really need to understand. And there is a difference between being there, like being an ally. And I think that you don't get to pat yourself on the back for recognizing systematic oppression and doing the right thing. You don't get to pat yourself on the back for that. You don't get to give yourself some label that makes you feel good about yourself. You don't get to feel like you're any different from any Trump supporter because we know that behind closed doors, you behave the same way. I'm just going to say that. There are 31 people like on this live right now. How many of you are actually going to share this? How many of you are actually boost this? How many of you are going to share this and boost this more than one time? How many of you are going to watch this again? How many people that you share this with are actually going to watch the full thing? This has been, 2 hours long. Who's going to actually do that? How many people are genuinely going to sit there and watch the full videos at the health equity rally? How many people are actually, because you can say you're an ally, but how much did you actually learn? How many allies are going to sit there and take notes and actually acknowledge the things that they've learned and apply them to actionable changes in the community? How many people are going to continue to learn things about Black Lives Matter and going to continue to learn things about health inequities without me being there to basically do the emotional labor for them? How much emotional labor are you willing to give up on your own to create a more sustainable and equitable society? Probably not much. So please don't try to call yourself an ally. It's insulting, it's disrespectful, and you're just doing the right thing. You're not even doing the right thing. You're just being human. And so we need to remember that the whole ally, accomplice, whatever you want to call yourself, absolutely disgusting. I don't appreciate it. It does nothing. You calling yourself and placing yourself on some sort of platform, it really doesn't mean anything. we need support, but within giving that support, we do not need you to take the attention off of us. And so to all the white anarchists that smash windows at protests with Black people or feel special because they got arrested on MLK Day, it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm sorry. And so I don't really know what to say. Like, you as a white person getting arrested, being able to move on with your life with no repercussions for that, what does that actually do for Black people? I don't really know, genuinely. So I would like to also bring to attention the fact that Bernie Sanders was arrested at a civil rights protest, and he was still able to run for president. I would love to see a Black person who is able to run for president with that record.
Talk about Obama. Did he have an arrest record? No.
Yeah.
He was America's Negro, if you will.
Smoking a pre-rolled cigarette or joint, and that was like seen as the...
They never let him live that down.
Yeah, they never let him...
And they still asked him for his birth certificate. Come on.
For smoking a joint. They never let them live that down. But anyway, long story short, there have been like so many fantastic things that have been said. My comments were all the way scrolled up because I was reading stuff before. But anyway, it is 9:30.
Oh, yes, it is.
We've been on here for 2.5 hours. I definitely think that a really important part of Black feminism and Black preservation is not feeling like we have to do like a ton all the time. And so like, I think that even though like y'all enjoy this, we do really have to stop now.
Can I say one thing before we end?
Yeah.
Pertaining to what you just said, I'm personally tired of doing all these lives. I'm personally tired of speaking all the time, especially about the same things. I really would like if the people that tune into this stuff and tune in or show up for marches, just start proving it. Start doing the work. Start showing it with your actions. Stop talking about it and be about it, please. Because I am tired of fighting not just my battles, but other people's battles, because I keep seeing this misogynoir and this patriarchy subliminally and covertly in the community. And it's like, if everyone just called it when it happened, we wouldn't have to work this hard, right? We wouldn't. If people just started being about what they say and really understood it, we wouldn't have to work this hard. And maybe, just maybe, we could have a full 24 hours of relaxation where we get to chill, take a bath, you know, wash the booty and do all the things and do our hair mask and our face mask and mind our business.
I think it's important for us to relax regardless. But yes, like I definitely encourage people to share this conversation. I encourage people to follow Decolonizing Psy. I encourage people to tune into my podcast on February 1st. I encourage people to, like, I'm literally going to have a whole transcript of the podcast, and I encourage you to not just listen to me, but also if you're physically able to, also to kind of like read and take notes on some of the things that are being said, just so that it sinks in a bit deeper. And I also in college, oh my God, I encourage you to follow Mutual Aid Books, which is how I got this book, How We Get Free. I encourage you to do more research on the Combahee River Collective. I encourage you guys to point out to me Black feminists who are not light-skinned, and I work and give them space. And I also just would really appreciate if everybody who's listening to this really acknowledge Black women and, you know, really not try to continue to use this space to spread rumors and spread lies and try to claim ownership off of things that were built on the back of Black femmes. And I would encourage everybody, no matter how much you've been hurt or what you've been through, to really understand that there needs to be a better way for us to work with each other, and there needs to be a better way for us to communicate to each other. And I apologize to everybody that has, you know, been silenced, or I apologize to everybody that has not had the space to have their true feelings and needs actually addressed. I apologize to everybody that has been dismissed off of faux accountability efforts. And I really hope that this is a step in the right direction. And please follow me on Twitter, Decolonizing Psy. I really don't like Twitter, but like I'm trying to do it. Yeah,
a lot.
Instagram, Decolonizing Psy. Follow Nate Gina, whatever it is.
Gina, don't call me Gina.
Read it like that. And yeah, you can, if you really want to, you can Venmo Decolonizing Science and say for Black feminism, and I will give Nate 50% of whatever, basically, you know, just for reparations and Black joy and to help decompress from all of the emotional labor. And if you don't want to do that, that is entirely fine. But I encourage you to share the video. I encourage you to, in sharing the video, tag the people that are in this video, and also put up their Venmos and ways that people can follow the page, talk about the podcast that's coming out, and DM me any new ideas that you might have, like, for the podcast. And
I think if anyone liked this, they'll definitely love your podcast.
If you like this, you will love the podcast.
You will love the podcast.
Oh my God, are you serious? No. The podcast is gonna be so dope, dude. It's gonna be so planned.
Thank you, teacher.
It's gonna be so dope. It's gonna be so planned. I'm gonna have individuals from the community and from around the country, and hopefully we get to a point where it can be around the world, of different scientists, psychologists, social workers, basically sharing their stories and talking about the importance of having, you know, Black and Indigenous professionals being uplifted, and just everyday homies that have like been through shit, and also just like local people from the Black Lives Matter movement, episodes on the science of Black hair, racism in museum institutions, paleontology, basically, I actually decided I really want to talk about destigmatization of HIV and AIDS. I want to talk about the virus. I want to talk about the systematic oppression of Black people. I want to talk about Henrietta Lacks. I have like 10 million bajillion ideas. I want to talk about food deserts. I want to talk about climate change. I want to talk about all these different things. And the thing is like, this little conversation that we have here, this is like a super informal version. And in some ways, this is great. But podcast, I'm going to be able to like bring in multiple sources of media, and I'm only able to really do that if like through reparations, because I am also getting my PhD at the same time. So just reminding you guys, like,
hold up,
same amount of stress,
start over,
like all
PhD student here, doctor, Black doctor on their way. So y'all need to send those reparations. I'm sorry, not sorry, but you got a lot of free education right now, and I'm okay with my reparations going to this person. So make that happen, please, and thank you.
Respect Black women, respect Black femmes, respect Black trans folks, respect Black non-binary people, respect Black people who are dead, respect Black people that are alive. Read up more on some Black and Indigenous authors, and if you need any ideas on specific topics, I'm pretty sure you can probably just DM Mutual Aid Books and literally just like say like, I'm interested in this specific topic. Do you have like a book recommendation? Like, I know that they would probably help. And yeah, I really want you to reframe how you see this movement, how you see the things that have occurred in this movement. Reframe every march that you've been to with me before. Reframe every time that you heard my voice or Nate's voice, and really think about what went into that, and think about the silent battles that we've been fighting. And yeah. Thank you, everybody. You are fantastic, and I appreciate you.
I want to say thank you, Ashley, for always creating this space, always. And for educating myself and everyone here. I hope that everyone makes it a point to pay those reparations and also reach out, and please follow Decolonizing Science. I personally have learned so much from just knowing you, one, and since you started Decolonizing Science, so much. So I think that it'd be very beneficial for people to follow you right now. I appreciate the thank yous, but please follow.
Yeah, it's crazy, the things that happen when Black women have the platform. So I'm never going to apologize for turning a platform which everybody else abandoned into my own thing. So don't ask me to. Love you guys. Bye. Thank you.
Peace.
Peace.
questions? Do we have? I know there were questions because I saw all sorts of questions going by, but I also do know that sometimes there are, right, people answer the questions. And so, any news progress on the kids in cages? That's a great question. I will tell what little bit that I know. Are there still kids in cages? As far as I know, yes. Stop. I do know that 88% of deportations have just been put on a full stop. There was an individual, we shared it on our Facebook page and on our Twitter. He had been hiding in a church in North Carolina, Jennifer?
Yeah, I think so.
For 1,300 days from the Trump administration, from deportation. He walked out of that church today, a free man, and with the writ of deportation for him canceled, and he was able to go back home and see his family for the first time in 1,300 days. I'm not going to sit here and be an apologist, but it hasn't been a week. So it hasn't been a week. And here's the thing on the unfortunate mess. This is my view on kids in cages and separated from parents. If they just let them all out, we already know that Department of Homeland Security, ICE, and the Trump administration at best kept shitty records. So who do they release them to? Now, should they be released to better conditions? Absolutely. Is putting them in a foster home better conditions? Look at the stats on foster homes. So it's a big freaking mess. And I don't think that this is something corrected with the stroke of a pen. I think the right question to ask is not, are there kids in cages still? I think the right question is, are they putting any more kids in cages today? That, I think, is the right question. And it's a good question to ask.
No, absolutely.
Don't know the answer.
And I think there needs to be a time when the news cycle dies down, when we kind of talk about this longer history of how, people from Mexico came to be identified as illegal in the United States after, the mid-19th century and the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. And then talking about, too, a little bit more about why this family separation thing is something that is, goes back far longer and has really been a tool used by the state going back to, plantation owners in the South and taking indigenous children away from indigenous parents and giving them to white parents, and why this has been such an effective tool and why they continue to use it.
Yeah, exactly. Mods, there's a bunch of questions that I know because there's so many questions coming in tonight and they're just scrolling by, and I'm watching questions just disappear before I can get to them. I did see the one question scroll up with what kind of cameras do we use, which is an interesting question. We use Samsung Galaxy Notes. We use GoPro 8s. We use Renee as a Canon shooter, and I am a Nikon shooter. We both shoot full frame. I'm shooting with mirrorless, and Renee is shooting with a DSLR. So, and then there's some other ancillary equipment that we use, but that I can answer because I saw that go by. Rex is asking, is some areas in Seattle better, more clear? Absolutely. There's some areas in Polcam that are great. There's some areas that are a nightmare. I had reached a point in the Capitol Hill area where I could just navigate. Like I literally knew, okay, there's a wire here or there's a branch here, and I didn't have to look up anymore. Tacoma, there was a couple of lines that were low, and they were lines like that, and that those lines made me nervous. That would have been career-ending move to hook any of those. So mods, can you maybe sync some of the questions that came up? Or I guess what I can do, I don't know, Jennifer, just talk for a minute. So I'm going to put you on the screen so I can go scroll. I know you love when I tell you that.
Yeah,
I fill time.
Just randomly put me on the screen for no reason. Yeah, I don't really have anything to talk about. We talked about all the good stuff, the crazy arrests, the insurrection updates. It's not like I can give a whole history lecture right now. Find your questions, man. Hi guys, how's everybody doing tonight? Everybody good? I'm
Oh,
still not.
here we go.
Moving.
All right, one of the questions we have, is there any facts or information on the approximately 140 officers that were injured during the insurrection? Officials have been tight-lipped on their injuries and their conditions. Good, bad, or indifferent. This is kind of typically how the police roll. I don't know if they're staying tight-lipped because there are not a lot of injuries, and so they just want the number out there. Thank you, Seattle Police Department, for having me not trust the police ever again for my life. Thank you so much for instilling that to me. It took to my temples to get Gray to reach that point, but thank you. Or is it just the case that they're holding that information because they're trying, like for trials and stuff, they don't want to taint jury pools? I don't know, but they've been pretty tight-lipped on that information. We do know that some officers were very seriously injured.
Mm-hmm.
Can the FBI arrest Trump as no longer president? My understanding is that yes, that Trump no longer has this legal protection of I'm the president. I certainly know that at state level, when I say state crimes, I don't mean federal crimes. Jennifer, this is your wheelhouse. I'm going to shut up and hand it over to you. Sorry.
What are you handing over to me? Whether or not he can be arrested?
Because I mean, this is your area of expertise. I went in mansplaining mode. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally good. My primary field is 19th and 20th century American Indian history, but I do teach early American history. So it's my understanding that he can be prosecuted he doesn't have those same kind of protections anymore, and he can definitely be prosecuted at the state level. I know that for sure, and that is even something that his pardons wouldn't have exempted him from. So I'm not sure what's going on in the context of federal investigations into him. There's got to be something going on, but I do know that New York in particular has a lot of investigations into him and his family. So it would not surprise me if some of that comes out sooner rather than later.
Question about, did we see the Italian PM is resigning, sending country into more turmoil from COVID? I saw the headline. I haven't read it. But a lot of the European countries are having a lot of problems because they have had, it's not like they've had bad economies, but they haven't had great economies. This has gone on for years and years and years. They've been in deficit spending for decades, in part because of Cold War spending and reconstruction after World War II. And there's just, and now you just throw in COVID, and you look at a country like Italy where tourism is so critical. And, what do people think of Italy right now? Like, Italy is COVID central. That was like last year. And no, I don't want to go there. So they got a lot of problems. Somebody's asking me the question, your DA dismisses minor charges, so why not the DOJ dismiss being on the exterior of the Capitol? The exterior of the Capitol, it's a valid question. I'm going to give it to you. It's a valid question. If you're standing on the outside of the Capitol and you're just holding a sign yelling, if you're standing outside of the Capitol punching a cop in the face, no, there's no, or as we know, this one guy who threw the fire extinguisher, Jennifer, and hit 3 cops, including injuring one badly. We know that. Not the cop not Sick Nick, but another one. They didn't have a helmet on and they took a friggin' fire extinguisher to the head. If you've crossed the barricades, you've done trespassing. And if you went on the lawn, do you prosecute 8,000 people? That's a tough question. Because our legal system isn't set up to support it.
No, it's really not. And it is a tough question, but then you have to get down to what's going to end up constituting a minor crime in this context. I don't know. Regardless, there needs to be some form of, there's got to be something put into place, and I don't know what that needs to be to prevent this from happening again. And if we just let people get complacent and let this kind of get brushed under the rug like people are trying to do, you're just setting yourself up for this to happen again.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to an earlier point I said in the show, right? We're not talking about literally sidewalk chalk on a temporary wall outside of a police station.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. And there are multiple people arrested. And I'm going to call this one out too. There have been more people arrested, like dozens, for broken windows at Starbucks. And remember earlier in the show, it's like, I'm not a fan of this stuff. How many people have been arrested for the firebombing of Black Coffee back on October 1st? Survey says 0. And so how can one not look at that and go, so does the government support small business? Does the government support black business? Is there equality in enforcement? Because I think everybody listening to us tonight right now, Jennifer, knows if it was a Starbucks that was attempted to be firebombed in Shoreline, Washington on October 1st.
It'd be much different.
And I just don't see King County or Shoreline Police Department breaking their backs to solve the case. We're bumping up on time, malcontents. We're actually almost 20 minutes over. I know there's more questions, but going to call it. Jennifer, thank you so much. Great program tonight. We had a ton of stuff. We'll see what Thursday brings.
Yep.
So from David and Jennifer, good night, malcontents. Malcontent News is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events live as it happens. To defend the First Amendment using our rights of a free press. And to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support Malcontent News is to bookmark our website at malcontentnews.com, like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and in the Google News app. To provide financial support, you can become a patron, make a